as everyone knows, the Halo Infinite flights are this weekend, and so I figured I would bring the boys on, and we would just kind of discuss the flights and kind of everything Halo Infinite, because I'm sure people have a lot of different opinions. I know Mr. Halo made a video already, but I have not watched it yet because my video hasn't come out yet, and I don't know. I try to avoid watching other Halo videos until I make one because I don't want to like accidentally repeat people's opinions, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
But I think we might touch on it, Smoked. I don't know how much we can actually talk about that stuff. But okay, why don't we kick it off, and we can talk about like the situation behind the flights in general. So obviously, as I'm sure you were all aware, the flights came out on Thursday, but there was the whole, I don't know if it was necessarily a lack of communication, but it seemed like there was
never been communicative for things like this. They kind of just shit it out, and everyone's got to be able to get on it.
Yeah, basically, I feel like, well, they never gave us a time, so that's fair. There was a lot of rumors going around on Twitter that I saw, at least, that said it was going to come out at like 12 PST. I don't know if you guys saw those.
A couple of those.
Yeah, so and fair enough, those were never confirmed. Obviously, it didn't come out until like, I don't know what, like probably 8 PST. It was pretty late at night, and it seemed like pretty much throughout the day they were pretty silent until, I don't know, it was like almost the end of the workday for me when they started tweeting out that they were still working on it. But I don't know, do you guys have any opinions on kind of how the flights dropped the first day?
Well,
I was gonna say, I think Sketch's updates were pretty frequent on Twitter. I mean, I don't know how long. He was saying a lot on Twitter about keeping everybody up to date with what was going on.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job. But I felt like they kind of, it's not a big deal, but they definitely started later in the day. But maybe that was because that was when they started hitting delays. So I guess that makes sense.
But yeah, in regards to the whole thing, like for me personally, I was kind of happy because I wasn't home. I was at work. So I was glad it didn't come out early. So it worked out for me. I would have liked if they would have given us a time. I always prefer they give us a date and a time. But yeah, honestly, it didn't bother me too much. And it's like, this is kind of just like, I don't know, par for the course, in my opinion. Like I kind of just expect this to happen now. So, I mean, it didn't really impact me that much.
Yeah, kind of along the same lines. It was actually convenient for me too because I was working and then I had to watch my kids and it didn't come out until they were asleep. So it was like, oh, perfect.
Yeah.
But I feel like there was a little bit of haziness whether or not it was actually even going to come out on Thursday. But at the end of the day, it came out, and so not really a big deal. Do you have any thoughts, Paint?
I was in a pretty lucky situation when I woke up on Friday. It was there. So, the benefits of being in a weird time zone.
That's true. All right. So besides that, we kind of had the whole invite, I don't know, kerfuffle, where obviously 343 randomly picks people, but I think we'd be lying if we said it was 100% random in who they choose. So definitely a lot of people that wanted to get into the flights definitely didn't. And then there was also multiple scenarios, and Sempra can speak to this, where people got
fucked hard by whoever is charging that crap.
People got the wrong key, where they signed up, and instead of getting a PC key, they were given an Xbox code.
And the worst part is, it says in the message, you were invited to the PC flight. So you're like, oh, great, I'm so excited. You look at the bottom for a Steam code. It's not there. Like, okay, whatever. It's maybe they're changing things up. So you look elsewhere. You go to the Halo Insider page. It says Xbox active. Like, that's weird. Don't play Xbox, but whatever. Maybe just like they meant to say Steam. Search more places, no Steam code. And then at that point, it's setting in that you didn't get into the PC flight. And then you can choose to be in denial or depressed. And I just skipped straight to depression, and I just had to live with that.
Yeah, so I would say that's kind of definitely a huge bummer. What?
What did you mean when you said that it wasn't necessarily random who they picked Arrrash? Because I think it truly was, because I saw a lot of like big Halo YouTubers and whatnot not get in. Meanwhile,
That is
I
gross.
got in at like the start of the first wave, and I could, it's 50-50
Well,
whether or not I really cared.
Depending on whether they pulled the Twitter rant off or not.
Oh, I see. Well, I've pulled off Twitter rants against 343 almost exclusively negatively because I don't follow Halo that much, so why would I say anything positive?
They just need some EU players, and you just had to happen to be one of the 15 that were still playing.
Okay, right.
You
So
were-
this brings me on to something I'll mention later, but let me just say they do not care about Europe in the
Oh,
slightest.
not at all. Yeah, we can talk about that when we talk about like when they flighted PvP. It was just like dropped in basically the middle of the night if you're in Europe. But okay, so I think that kind of covers the stuff going into the flight and codes and stuff. I mean, kind of is what it is, I guess. But besides that, I thought we could talk a little bit, kind of just if everyone wants to give like your general thoughts about the flight, but not like the specific. You don't need to go into specifics about like infinite
Day one.
mechanics, if that makes sense.
First
Yeah.
game.
So if one of you wants to start.
Yeah, I'll just start by saying it actually definitely exceeded my expectations. I enjoyed it more than I thought I was going to. I think it is more fun to play than it is to watch, and yeah, I can't wait to play more in the next flight.
Yeah, I'm kind of along the same lines. I think it definitely made me more hopeful for Infinite than I was going in, but kind of at the same time, I feel like there's a lot of things, and I understand this build's a few months old, but I feel like there's a lot of things that probably need to be fixed between now and when the game releases, and so
Yeah.
we'll see if it happens, I guess, is basically
Yeah.
it.
My whole thing, sorry to interrupt, but my whole thing with the issues is I'll just wait and see if they're still there at launch, and then I'll talk about them.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I think my biggest issue in the flight was how terribly it ran, and that's for someone like with a pretty beefy PC. I was seeing all sorts of stuff online where if you were playing on like an original Xbox, it was like 15 FPS, and if you had a 900 series GPU, the game just straight up didn't work. And so there's definitely.
Oh, you saw other people talking about that?
Yeah, I saw multiple
Yeah,
people.
that was my issue. I
Yep.
had to put in a new GPU. So I
You're
could
playing
Oh,
the lowest
Jesus.
setting too, right?
I was playing all low with a 3080 Ti, and I couldn't get 100 FPS. I could get like 90 sometimes on some maps, depending on like if I was staring at a wall.
Yeah, but you gotta understand that is just game bouncing, because console players, right?
Someone commented that on one of my videos, Sempra.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that.
In my video that I made, I just mentioned like, yeah, like I hope the game performs better next time. And someone's like, why would they fix the performance? That's unfair to console players. I was just like, I fucking can't.
Well, no, don't you know they're gonna change the cues instead of by controller and mouse and keyboard. It's actually gonna be by frames.
What if it
Oh,
was? It
yeah,
put you into brackets.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is the 120 frame queue. This is the 60 frame queue.
frame-based matchmaking.
You know what's funny is that's probably the most fair way to do it, but it would be like impossible because I think you could just like queue into stuff, like you could fudge your frames and then get into like easier lobbies or something.
Yeah, they do
but-
a performance test, and people are gonna fake whatever they can to fake it. Get
put in
into
a
the
different
bot lobbies.
GPU and then swap it out right before the game starts.
Yeah.
The minimum system settings that 343 put out was like a 1050 Ti and some CPU. I don't remember, but it's like I think I looked up the 1050 Ti. One, I have no clue what that was even sold in. Is that a mobile GPU? But 'cause I didn't even know you could buy like the 50 cards for like a desktop. But anyways, I think that's like a 5 or 6 year old card at this point. But what they didn't clarify in their tweet was a lot of games when they put minimum and recommended settings, they'll say minimum 30 FPS at 720p or something like that. Recommended 144 FPS at 1080p. They didn't put that, so I don't know what minimum and recommended means to 343. Like recommended could mean 60 FPS, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I mean, I doubt they clarify that, but I guess we'll probably just have to wait and see there. I feel like that's a the words minimum and recommended like almost mean nothing unless you kind of clarify what you're shooting for with those settings.
It would be interesting to see like some statistic on like the average frames and performance of each thing. So like, let's say a 1X, a Series S, a fucking OG Xbox One,
Yeah.
compared to certain graphic cards. That
It'd be
and, like,
super cool if they published
and
that.
then when the game comes out months later, we can do that comparison again.
Yeah, to see if it improved at all.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and like these minimum specs, like aren't those specs better than the original Xbox One specs?
Oh,
which
yeah,
this
they
game
have to
also
be.
runs on. So I don't understand why that would make it the minimum then. Like if these minimum, like these are better than the Xbox One specs.
Well, I think the slight difference there is it is easier to optimize stuff for a console because you know exactly what you're getting. Whereas like you can put the minimum spec as like a 1050 and whatever CPU, but you're still kind of like optimizing that for like a whole like subsection of cards and CPUs that perform similarly, as opposed to the Xbox has set hardware, you know?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they probably don't want to patch the 900 series cards, definitely.
Yeah, they
It's
actually
the first time where I couldn't get on a game, like because my graphics card was too outdated. Granted, it probably was a bug, but
yeah, I mean,
You
definitely a
guys didn't
bug,
watch
but kind of
the
funny.
dozens of tutorials on YouTube on how to optimize your game. That's what was going on.
We needed it to look
Oh,
like
yeah.
Need a
those
squeaker to come in and help you.
those settings that Safe sent you, that or not Safe,
Squeaker.
yeah, for no, the MCC settings that you had pictures of from
sold.
yeah, from Sold, and it looked like he was playing like
Oh, yeah, where
Roblox
you
or some
completely
shit.
potato the game.
Oh,
Yeah.
Holy shit! I was just guessing
Yeah.
it was him.
You were just guessing.
Yeah.
That's funny. But
I've been
okay.
awaiting his return for a long time.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
how'd you guys feel about the bots overall? Just kind of the whole situation around testing the bots, and then how did you actually feel about the bots in Infinite?
I thought the bots were okay outside of the very start of the game, because at the start of the game they always did the same thing on
That-
every single map.
That
they would
was a
pile into the same little zone.
huge bummer for me. Even on
Oh,
the
yeah.
higher difficulties, they just ran to the same as 4. They 4-stacked the same spot at the start of every game. I've never coded bots in my life, but like, couldn't you have coded set variants? Like, pick a random number generator, and if it's a 4, you push left. If it's a 2, you push right.
Look at the Splitgate bots. Those were programmed by what, like 2 or 3 people,
Yeah,
and they're leagues ahead.
Yeah.
But I will say,
Are
like, once
they?
you're actually in the game, they're okay. I didn't really have many problems with them. I found that the difficulty scaling was actually okay. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what was changing between the difficulties, but they did definitely get harder for me. I did see a few people saying that they should add, I'm not entirely sure how this would work in a multiplayer setting, but it would be cool if you could add stuff like skull multipliers to them.
that would be a lot of fun. But yeah, I don't know. Unless they did like special bot playlists, or yeah, I don't know necessarily how you would do that. But yeah, I kind of felt, well, like you said, it was kind of a bummer. The bots just did the same thing at the start of every game. I also thought it was kind of like I understand like bots are new, and also like bots in every game kind of just suck ass. But there was many situations where I felt like the bot just got lost. Like you'd find them running into a wall, or like instead of strafing, they would just start like standing still and shooting it, like not even shooting at you, just like staring at you, or they would do all sorts of weird things. And then what I found too on like the higher difficulties is most of the time they still sucked. I really felt like none of the bots were a challenge, which I didn't necessarily want to like have to sweat to beat these bots, but I would have preferred if not every single game against like the Spartan bots, you were still like getting spectacular medals every game. Like I felt like
I don't know anyone that didn't get a spectacular.
yeah, and so I feel like that was kind of a bummer. Like I understand the bots probably aren't targeted for someone like us who's played a decent amount of Halo, but I still feel like they could have made the highest level a little bit better. And The only difference I could tell from the ODST to the Spartan bots is that occasionally those Spartan level bots would do the most godlike crouch strafes I have seen since playing like champion level H5, and I was just so caught off guard. But they'd only do it like once out of every 20 engagements, and the other 19 times they would just stand there. So every time they would do it, I'd be so caught off guard I couldn't take it.
The bots are actually machine learning AI, and they're learning off people like Lethal and APG. And
Dude, they probably are. They're learning the strafes.
Yeah, I was kind of there with what you were saying, Rash. Like, I didn't think the bots were that much of a challenge, and I didn't expect them to be. But I think 343, I think they talked them up a little too much. Like, oh, these bots are no pushovers. Be prepared. I mean, if you're good at Halo, you're not going to have a problem with these bots. I'm glad bots are in Infinite, and they're good for a warm-up. I think with the Spartan bots, maybe they could have just made them more accurate, like a lot more accurate with their shot. Don't increase the rate of fire, don't increase the damage dealt they do, but just maybe they have, a better accuracy. I wonder, like, are you going to be able to have bots on like Forge maps? Because I just don't see how that would work.
See, a lot of people were speculating if we were going to get it, and I feel like it would be very cool. But I will say, after this flight and watching the bots get stuck constantly on developer maps, I'm not seeing it work for Forge maps. Now I could. This is early.
That getting weird.
Yeah, but like unless you're gonna let forgers like code in, you'd have to code. Almost have to like, I don't know. You'd have to like.
Well, no, they could be smart in the way they're made so that they can like detect
objects and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think...
I can't imagine it being that hard, but like I can also see how funky and jank it could be.
I don't think it's going to be a setting like enable bots in like the custom game settings. I think it's just going to be its own option, bot arena, and you go into that, and then you can fight bots on developer maps.
Yeah, I would definitely lean toward that's probably what it's going to be, and that's okay. I hope that they have kind of like offline bot lobbies too, so you could play them. I'm skeptical they'll have it, but so you could kind of play them in your own time. I think that'd be pretty cool. But for some reason, I feel like that's not going to happen. But maybe at the very least, if you could play, I guess if you're playing 4 people versus 4 bots, it's no different than playing in a full bot lobby, I guess. But in terms of like, you're not really holding anyone back anyways. But
yeah, I was hoping they'd be able to get them to work on like, one Forge maps, and maybe they will, but. Like, because that was what I was most excited about when they first announced bots. I'm like, cool, to test out these, Forge maps, I don't have to get a bunch of people together. I can just get bots.
Yeah.
But I mean, think about some of the fun customs, like fucking, I don't know, like race. Like, they're not going to know what to do.
Yeah, no, for sure. I thought it would be fun too, that if you could use them kind of like for pseudo PvE. Like you could set up, and this won't work because I don't think we're going to be able to use them on custom maps. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, what if you were able to like set up a infection map or something, and you just played it, but all of the zombies were like always bots or something like that. So you can make it really uneven and one-sided because no actual person has to deal with that bullshit. Like, I thought stuff like that could be pretty fun, but
yeah, for maybe they can have entirely separate infection bots for weird game mode of survival, zombie, some bullshit like that. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Also, Big Daddy said something I was gonna bring up. It's like, how would you guys feel if they use the bots to replace AFKers or leavers
in social,
or even in comp? Like, would you guys rather if they did in social? I'd be like, yeah, whatever, it's fine, I guess, because who cares?
Well,
But
comp,
in
they'd be feeding kills.
If they did it in comp, I'd be pissed off. If they do it in social, I don't care. But like, if my teammate fucking leaves a comp game and I have a bot come in and go like 1 in 15, I'm gonna be tilted out of my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Even in social though, like depending on like how the ranking system is or the progression system is, maybe there's a bonus for winning. Like, I still wouldn't want a bot feeding in that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'd be less concerned with them doing bots in social than ranked, obviously.
Well, if it works like the flight too, if someone lagged out, it would put a bot there, but then a person would join in progress. So that could be how social works too.
And like take over the bot.
Yeah. How did you guys like the join
in progress? I don't
like join in
progress. I actually, I never joined in progress to a game at all. Did you?
Oh, it happened to me a ton.
That's back for Infinite?
Yeah,
It
well,
never
it
happened
was
to
in
me.
this
I hate
flight.
that.
I
I
don't
don't
know
like
if it's
joining
bad.
Yeah,
progress.
that is dumb. That was
I do
introduced in
not like
H4,
joining.
and I hated it a lot.
This is something I'm going to talk about later on a different topic, but I had to do that in basically every game I was in.
Oh.
And
Wow.
it was not a pleasant experience, both because it was a necessity, but also because in the few games I did start off in, because of the whole them not understanding that Europe is a continent, people were constantly disconnecting. So I'd start a game with two out of 4 players, and 4 or 5 minutes in, we'd have 3, and then another few minutes after that, we'd have the last guy, and then the game would end.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
what happened a
such
lot
a mess.
back in the day on H4. You just join into like a game where someone's completely in collapse, it's just about to end.
Yeah.
You're like, oh,
right.
sick. Oh, but Young
Just in
Sim,
time to get another loss. Nice.
Young Sim asked a question like some time ago. Probably should answer.
Should
What
we
is the
do it
current
now?
piece of equipment?
I was gonna toss it when we talk about equipment, but should we just jump to his
Just do it on
question
the
since
fly,
he
'cause you
picked?
don't want to lose it.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So Young Sim asked, oh, I gotta find it now. All right, he asked,
So what is
what
the concept piece of equipment that you would add to the game? Something goes in your arm, like the grappling hook or repulsor, etc.
So you're looking for one that they haven't already released or something like that?
Just like what's arm equipment that you could possibly think would be a good idea to add? Like, what's an idea that you could potentially add?
Hmm.
Mhm.
This puts me on the spot.
Yeah.
This is why I'm not a game developer. I just bitch about things that exist.
The repulsor, you can boost your jump with that, right?
We saw it looked like you can.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, I was thinking about something that gives you like a higher jump height or something. Because I don't think we've ever really seen something like that in Halo. But I mean,
No.
the repulsor kind of does that.
The repulsor kind of looks like a one-time use grav. Fuck, what were they called in Halo 3? Gravity lift or whatever. Well, why am I blanking?
And it
What
also
if
you
reflects
had-
shit.
One that was like a one-time use Spartan charge.
That'd be actually kind of cool. I
Or
could
ju-
fu- I
maybe
could
it doesn't
fuck
have to be a
with that.
Spartan charge, but it's kind
That
of a
wouldn't be
weapon that you
awful.
could use that would one-shot melee Spartan at the front.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
And
It
then
could
we'll,
even
like,
have like 2 or 3 charges
It'll have
or
like a
something.
red glow on the Spartan's wrist. So you can kind of like
Yeah,
notice
you-
that the
you
guy
could
has
tell
it.
he's
Yeah,
kinda
Walk
I'd
up to
want
it.
them. I'd want them to glow. Yeah.
Yeah. So it'd be a visible red thing on his wrist.
Yeah, that could be a fun one. That'd be something worth, like, that'd be willing, I think, to test if you were making equipment for Infinite. You could give it like the fucking Doom Berserk animation where you just fucking like rip someone to shreds. That'd be pretty
Wow.
funny. All right, well, Sim, I hope that answered your question a little bit. So we kind of talked about the bots. We talked about, why don't we talk a little bit just about,
Well, back to the original point. Sorry, Card
Oh, yeah.
said, as long as you don't lose your stats for joining a game, it shouldn't matter. I agree for social. I feel like your stats shouldn't be hurt at all, unless you win. I think there's a game that something like that. If you join in progress, if you win, it'll go to your stats, but if you lose, it won't count.
Yeah,
see,
so
my biggest problem with join in progress in Halo is Halo game state can put you in some dog shit ass not fun matches, and like I understand in Call of Duty you can join a lobby where you're getting shit on and they have kill streaks, but at least you can still spawn with whatever weapon you want. In Halo, if you join a team that quit, let's say like you join a game, 2 people have already quit the game, your team's down like 20-3 at the start of the game, and they have all the power weapons, all the power ups, and they have map control. That's just an unfun experience for the next 30 kills. Like I don't want to join into that. Like that's just
Maybe
a
they
waste
should
of
take
my
in
time.
Yeah,
consideration,
yeah.
like score or time remaining left in a game. So like they eliminate those out of the equation if it's too beyond that point of turning back.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
you could put it at some point, but like Halo games can get one-sided right off the rip if people are I mean you can
I
turn
don't mean
around
like
a
that. I
Halo
mean like
game.
maybe score and like how much time is left. But in terms of that, what you're saying, yeah, that could be fucked up.
Well, I'll say that. What if there was a way to opt in and out of it? Because I don't
think-
care
Oh.
if people are joining in progress into my game. I just don't want to join in progress to somebody else's game.
Yeah, that's
I-
fair.
I feel like there's games that have done that before where you could check if you wanted to join in progress games or not. So they could definitely do something like that. And they could incentivize it too. Like maybe if you leave it on and it joins you in progress, you get, maybe it doesn't affect your stats, but you get like an XP bonus or some shit or something like that so that people leave it on.
Yeah. And there's just a lot of times where I just rather not join into progress like at all. I'd rather wait till that existing game ends and get into the next one. Like,
Yeah.
don't force me into it.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you, but okay. Well, why
Mario
don't?
said, sorry, I was
No,
just
no,
going
you're
through
good.
chat here. Like, how would you guys feel about having back-to-back lobbies for social games? So you can choose to
He
keep
did
the
say
same
that.
parties and like maybe make friends with the people eventually if you know, decide to queue again for another 3 or 2 games.
Yeah,
Are you talking like partying up?
no, like
No.
in Call of Duty, and I don't think the new Call of Duties do it anymore. But
Oh.
like the old school Call of Duties, where you would get into a lobby and that lobby just existed until it like crashed, and
Yeah.
people would like constantly join in and kick, and you could play with the same people over and over until basically
Mhm.
like you leave. I don't know. I have like mixed opinion. It's like it's cool for meeting people, and I definitely feel like that was like because it would like swap teams and stuff in between games, assuming not people weren't like full stacked,
Yeah.
and so you can get to know people if you're playing in the same lobby for like a while, but also at the same time, I feel like if you do it that way, you're gonna have a lot more join in progress. I guess that's what it comes down to. So if you're gonna go that route, you have to have join in progress, and you have to be willing to accept that in a lot of games there are going to be a lot of bots, especially like for BTB, because people are going to be constantly dropping in and out. Whereas if you're resetting lobbies every game, you might have like a bot or two, you know, if people leave, and maybe you have no bots, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just more of a fan of just a fresh game every time.
Yeah, that's probably honestly where I would lean. Is I kind of like it depends on what I'm trying to do. Like, I guess if I'm just trying to like socialize and fuck around, I don't mind reoccurring lobbies. But it obviously it would just be a social thing. But even sometimes in social, like I want a fresh lobby every time. But there are times like playing El Dorito when people were still playing that. Sometimes it was fun to just chill in the same lobby and play with the same people for like 2 hours straight. So it definitely like has its pros and cons.
Yeah. Smoke said there should be an equipment that summons a marine for you. What in Magic
You
the
could
Gathering World of Warcraft bullshit is that?
You could summon one of those dog shit ass marine bots. He just
Like,
fucking
what
runs
game
out
are you
there.
trying to play here,
it
sir? where
follows you
summon
around?
Marines?
What if you could just summon Master Chief?
If you could pay for him.
It's fucking DLC. You have to pay like $10 per Master Chief drop. So, some kids bought like 200 of them, and he grinds up the ranked ladder, just dropping them constantly.
There's base Master Chief, and then there's Halo 2 Legendary Lasso playthrough Master Chief. It's absolutely yo.
Fucking hell.
All right. Does anyone have any other final thoughts on the bots or anything surrounding them? I think we kind of got off topic a little bit, but
I just have one more little off-topic thing about what Sempra said earlier. There is actually a precedent for games doing the whole if you join in late, it doesn't matter if you lose scenario. I know that Battlefront 2, even though it's not a competitive game by any means, had this thing where if a game was, I think, more than 50% through and you joined, if you won, you would get your regular rewards.
Right.
But if you lost, the game was like, yeah, whatever, it's cool, don't worry about it.
Yeah, that would be nice for Infinite if they're gonna have this thing. That's kind of.
I'm just worried that they're going to be like, I feel like they need to have pretty strong penalties for people leaving mid-game. Otherwise, like every other lobby you queue into is going to be 75% of the way through, and it's an absolute stomp.
Yeah. Wait, was there actually Spartan chatter that said over yonder?
I think so.
I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
So
I remember saying something about it when I heard it. Yeah.
you
bet
could
you
turn
did.
off Spartan chatter, but you couldn't turn off the AI. And I hope they change that for the game. I hope they lets you turn off both of them if you wish, because
I feel like it will.
I agree. But like sometimes the AI would just say the most meaningless shit into my ear
Yeah, it
repeatedly.
tells you when you pick things up. Yeah.
Well, sometimes I was like, all right, whatever. But it just felt like it talked for the sake of talking.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you'd get a kill and it'd be like,
But-
good kill. I'm like, thanks, man.
Well, for the first couple matches, I didn't know what that was. I'm like, who is saying that? Is that a Spartan? Is that the announcer? Who's talking?
And then
I found out it was the AI.
I had a problem too at one point during the flight where it stopped letting me, like, it glitched out to a certain AI, and I can't remember which one it was, but I found it really annoying. And every time I tried to switch it, it just wouldn't save. So I just got stuck using the same annoying ass AI for the rest of the flight.
My least favorite one is the one where whenever you got a kill with the assault rifle, even if you unloaded like 2 whole magazines into somebody, it would be like, wow, you're really efficient with that thing.
That's cool.
Oh shit.
You
All
think?
right.
I
Oh,
bet you
sorry.
in like when the game drops, you know how people like make weapon reload animation compilation, Halo Infinite.
Oh yeah,
That
for
could
sure.
have- There's gonna be Halo Spartan Chatter compilation.
Oh,
God.
no doubt.
Every voice line being fucking displayed.
But I think they will let you turn that off in launch. I mean, just the fact that like what Quinn said about the grenade hit markers, how they're going to be on for social and not competitive. You could turn them off for competitive.
Yeah,
That just makes me think there's a lot of things we're going to be able to turn on and off.
yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's cool too because it means like the settings on day 1 don't have to be the settings on year 3, and that's promising.
That's something that like a lot of like Halo Reach and Halo 5 struggle with their competitive scenes because it took them forever to actually get to good settings.
Yeah,
So that is good for Infinite for sure.
yeah, because
Yeah,
my
you're playing with-
understanding
Playing
from
with
people,
Rocket Luke in this game.
yeah, where I was playing some games with them.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, because my understanding, and I haven't played H5 seriously in years, but like I think most of the H5 community is like pretty okay with the HCS settings now, but on launch those things were dog shit. Because you had all the Spartan abilities, you had autos fucking everywhere, you spawned with an assault rifle that was way too strong, so it was all sorts of stuff. All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
card chat basically what I was talking about. Same with the Reach.
yeah. Okay. Why don't we talk about, well, kind of overlaps with a lot of shit, but why don't we just talk about kind of it didn't last very long, and actually was I the only one that played PvP? Because did you guys all miss it?
I missed it.
Yeah.
It was only 2 hours, right?
Yeah,
Oh my
fucking
God.
okay. So basically, they did tell us ahead of time that if we were going to get PvP, it was going to be short and it was going to be at the end of Sunday, the last day. I understand. Obviously,
They were going to close it with it, you know?
Yeah,
I thought
see,
they were going to end it with
that's
it.
what I thought too. I didn't realize they were
God.
going to turn it on and then turn it off 2 hours later, which I thought. I feel like if that was the plan, if they were only going to leave it up for 2 hours, they should have told people ahead of time, because there's so many people that literally slept through it. Or like I had one person in my comments tell me he ran to the store to run an errand and missed the whole thing. Like that's a bummer. Like some dude was he was sitting around waiting on a Sunday to play Halo Infinite PvP, and it's like 8 o'clock, and he's like, well, fuck it, like it's not coming out, I'm gonna go run my errand, and then it fucking comes out and it closes before he gets home. That's terrible.
Did they put out a tweet ahead of time saying it's about to go live? Did they do that, or
No,
was it just like, hey, it's here?
It was like, hey, it's here.
Like,
I think that,
yeah, like come on. I went to sleep. I checked Twitter, make sure that nobody said anything. I checked Sketch, Uni, everybody. I'm like, all right, it's not here. So I go to sleep just to get a rest in, so I could stay up all night playing it. I wake up and I missed it. What? Like, I slept for those like exact 2 hours. I swear. Oh God, that was so annoying.
yeah.
Well,
So
why
I-
do you think they only did it for 2 hours? What do
See,
you think what's going on behind the scenes there?
I don't know. I don't know the thought process behind it, but it's definitely to me it was a bummer, because like the rest of the game just doesn't. In the 2 hours of PvP I played, like you learn so much more about how this game was actually going to play than I did like the entire like 30 hours I played against bots, because just like
Oh, I bet.
people play completely differently, and we can kind of talk about maybe some of the specific settings when we kind of as we move along, but I kind of just wanted to talk about the kind of situation there, and Yeah. So why don't we talk about, like, I don't know. I named the section specific Halo Infinite things. Not a fantastic name for a section,
Wait.
but
Okay.
but basically any mechanic you want to talk about, any UI stuff you want to talk about, basically anything that's Halo Infinite specific other than like the guns or the maps or the equipment is kind of what
Don't you want to run down each one? Like you
No.
have them bullet.
Yeah, we are. But I thought we would do this section first.
Oh, specific Halo things. That's not everything under it. That's just
Oh, no,
specific Halo things. It's its own thing.
Yeah. We can do,
Okay.
okay. No.
Because
You're
everything below it is a specific.
no.
Halo Infinite thing, then.
That list of thing under it is the specific Halo Infinite things.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Or if you have other things, I forgot in that list. But okay, so we'll kick it off so that we don't keep stumbling here. So the first one is obviously sprint. So like, how did you guys feel about sprint in Halo Infinite?
I love this implementation of it. I like that it doesn't give you that much of a boost to your speed. I don't think that nullifies it. I don't think it's pointless because you have to sprint to get into to do a slide. So if you want to slide, you have to put your gun down for a second and show up on radar to get that slide, to get that extra momentum. So I'm happy with how they implemented sprint. I mean, probably at the end of the day, I'd still rather play a game without spawning in with any of the abilities. But yeah, I don't mind the sprint that much at all compared to past titles.
It seems like the sprint in this game is mainly meant so that you could slide and other things. I don't know, because it
gives you
marginally increases your speed.
a 9% speed boost.
Yeah, because
Some
it'd be
people
weird
saying
if there was slide in the
No,
game, but there
someone
was no
did test
sprint, so you're just
BHB.
walking
Okay,
and then you
okay.
go into a slide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I that's kind of, I think I need more time and I need to play more actual PvP. But I think this is, like, my first impressions are this is the best sprint has been implemented in Halo. It's not overly quick, so you have less of those problems where, like, you shoot someone and they just sprint away and you can't catch them because you're trying to get your gun up and they're sprinting away. Like, they do go faster than you, but in most cases, if they were low, you have plenty of time to kill them unless they were right around a corner anyways, and then they probably could have walked around it. I personally, if you're gonna have sprint, I love the slide mechanic. I think it really makes movement fun, and that it kind of adds like a whole layer of movement tech to the game that isn't going to be there.
Insane slide tech.
Yeah, the super slides and stuff that people were already discovering, like on the second day that the game was out, was pretty crazy. So I can only imagine kind of how crazy the movement tech will get in a few years as people learn more about it. Yeah, so that's kind of my thoughts on it. I guess I really don't have anything else other than how did you feel about shields regenning while sprinting in Infinite?
Oh, I love that. I hated what they did with Halo 5. I know they wanted sprint in the game, but I don't think you should have changed a mechanic like that. Like, in every Halo game but 5, if you don't take damage for a couple seconds, your shields go up. They changed that in Halo 5. I don't think that was the play at all. Especially in Halo 5, if you tapped sprint for a second, it reset the recharge time on your shield. So you might have tapped sprint for a second, and you might not even have covered any ground. But nope, now your shield recharge resets. What's the point of that? I hated that. So I'm glad your shields recharge while you sprint. If you're going to have sprint, but don't take away my shield recharge.
No, I mean, I know how frustrating it is for that situation, but like if you played H4 and the fact that
I did
legit just fucking like competitive.
Yeah, but the big difference.
Then I don't want.
So easy,
yeah, I don't want. That's why.
Away forever.
Yeah, what you're saying is why I don't want sprint in at all. I don't want
to run away.
No, because I don't want you to be able to run away. So that's why I don't want sprint in at all.
Yeah,
okay, but if you're gonna have it, don't start changing up the way the game has been. Yeah, but they're changing something up that's been that way since CE like that. You don't change that up the way the shields work.
Yeah, but the alternative is because obviously there's no way 350 are going to give a sprint because they have a big hard on.
Well, it worked here. They slowed down sprint. It's a lot slower now, so it did work.
Sure. But
or they just don't have sprint. I mean,
it is very annoying when you can recharge shields and have sprint because then you could just run away.
Not when it's this slow.
Yeah,
maybe
so I'll say
because of that.
In Infinite, well, I'll have to wait and see. Like, I need to play actual players for more than 2 hours. But the way it felt is I didn't feel sprint was fast enough where it was a problem. But that will take more iteration, and maybe with all of the slide tech, maybe it will be annoying. Maybe someone's sprinting and sliding down a slope and like zooming away while regenning shields is going to be frustrating. So I'll have to kind of play it more. I really liked, and Daddy just said this in chat, but I really liked how in Infinite you can not like technically instantly, but the weapon pull-up time is so much quicker than like Halo 4. I hate whenever I play Halo 4 on MCC and I'm fucking sprinting and you see someone and it takes like 5 seconds to pull your weapon out.
Well, it was like that way in 5 where you could shoot immediately out of sprint.
Yeah, that's
and
you're right.
You could shoot immediately out of sprint in Halo 5. So yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think it makes it a little better.
Do you know if you show up on radar while you're sliding?
So yes. Okay, I wanted to talk about that next because that was actually a big gripe I had with PvP because that was when I really noticed it. So you show up on radar if you're sprinting, if you're using the abilities sprinting, sliding, if you're throwing equipment, or if you're shooting.
What about throwing grenades?
I'm not as 100%. Someone in chat confirm if you show up when you throw a grenade. I don't like the radar. The way, so when you're playing against the bots, you never notice because I just held W key and I ran around and shot the bots. But when I played PvP, the games were so much slower. And not that that's bad because like older Halo games are slower, but I felt like everyone was kind of like anti using sprint in a game that's still kind of built around it because you didn't want to give away your position while you have no, like if you're sprinting around the map and you don't know where they are, you're just giving away your position to everyone and you don't know when you're running past people at all. And I felt like the radar almost made it detrimental to use like some of the fun movement. Like I want to be able to run and slide around if it's going to be in the game. And so it felt weird. Now I will say, if this was like the comp HCS radar, I would just prefer there was no radar. But I could see this being like the HCS radar. I believe it's how it worked at one point in H5 for HCS settings where the radar showed up abilities only. But for social, it's just got to be a regular Halo radar, like always on. That's my opinion.
Well, here's what I'll say. 2 things. I mean, you talked about like the games being a little bit slower because people didn't want to sprint and slide around, so they don't appear on radar. But I mean, in the older Halo games, if you didn't want to appear on radar, you would crouch around. So that was even slower. I'm not gonna miss people not crouching around the map. I will say that. But even with appearing on the radar, like only when you sprint and not when you do your normal walk. I do think there are still reasons to sprint because I mean, using some of those sprint slide techniques, you can cover a lot of ground.
Yeah, there's still
reasons to do that. Yeah, and I mean, you're not going to hear me complaining that people aren't sprinting that much or that people aren't crouching around the map that much. I am actually kind of happy with the way it is, but it is definitely something I need to spend more time with because I didn't play PvP with it. So
yeah, I don't know. And that's the thing too, where the window was so small, it's hard to know. And like I felt like when you only play PvP in a game for 2 hours, like everyone kind of goes in and you go in with your thought process and you kind of just play that way for 2 hours. There's no time for like a meta to evolve. Like maybe I'm wrong, or maybe people do play a little bit slower around the radar, but people kind of realize like there's plenty of situations like you're saying where it is still the correct decision to use a sprint slide or something like that. Whereas like in the PvP matches that I played, I felt like the meta was to like kind of just hang out and just try and like long range pick people off. And
gotcha. Yeah,
it felt like I was playing like a radar ranked TS, and like I'm trying to play a social game here, but maybe that's also like we only had 2 hours of PvP in a flight that was targeted at people that have played a lot of Halo. So like maybe the matches were just like abnormally like, not that they were hard. I think I still like won most of them, but maybe they were like slightly more competitive than if I just queued up a social game and like Infinite once it comes out.
They were too scared to run around, go crazy.
That's how I expected the PvP to be slower. Like after I would play, several matches against the bots, I'm like, when PvP drops, I guarantee all this shit slows down. But too bad I didn't get to experience that.
Yeah. All right. You guys have anything else to say about sprint or radar or anything along those lines?
I don't paint.
It is yummy.
I don't have a whole lot to say. Honestly, I did not get to experience the radar much in the PvP. I did not pay much attention to it because the bots didn't really encourage that. As for sprint, I don't know. I feel kind of neutral towards it. I'm still not fully used to sliding, but I guess that'll come to me over time. I think I'm open to it. Nothing really too positive or negative.
All right, fair enough. Why don't we talk about the friend or foe system, and we'll also kind of loop in like shield visibility and overshield visibility all into the same topic because I feel like they kind of all overlap a bit.
Yeah. The friend and foe system. I am actually happy that they are doing away with red versus blue because I think everybody should be able to rock the color they want for their Spartan. So I don't see a problem with that. I'm not like a huge fan of the outlines, like just from a visual standpoint. I just don't like everything being outlined, weapons, enemies, teammates. And I think if you just had like no outlines and a waypoint and a service tag above your teammate's head, that would be okay. I think that would be fine. I don't think you'd have any problem distinguishing friend from foe, unless maybe if there was a bunch of players in close proximity, then maybe you might have an issue, to which I would say, all right, then just put outlines on the teammates. Giving players the option to disable the outlines here, I don't think that's like really the answer, because if you're disabling the outlines for yourself, you're basically handicapping yourself a little bit, because some people are going to keep them on, and that means players will stand out more to them. So I'm just not a huge fan of it, more visually than gameplay or anything. I just am not a huge fan of the outlines. And on the topic of like the shields, the shield effects, I did not know how weak players were. I did not know when their shield. I did not know when they were one shot. I did not know when they were weak enough to get a melee. I didn't like that. Needs to be improved. And I will also say, when it comes to my health, there's plenty of times where I didn't even, it felt like I wasn't taking any damage, and then I would just die. I don't know if that's because the TTK is faster, or there's like, maybe it's missing certain sounds or effects that were
I felt like sometimes the bots would just laser me. Like, I would be like hanging out, and I would just get like fucking just like, they would hit every sidekick headshot in a row and just get like melt me.
Sometimes they did that.
Yeah.
I just found myself looking at my health bar like way more than I ever do in other Halo games. In other Halo games, I kind of just know how weak I am. Yeah. So that was something I noticed, but yeah, so that's what I got to say on that.
Yeah, like you said, the visibility was dog. I couldn't tell people when people were low. I also couldn't tell when people had overshield. I felt like at times I was playing fucking CE. I was like, oh god, we're going back to this.
Not this again.
However, Quinn on Twitter did confirm they already knew this was an issue and they're looking into it. So
I did not see that.
Yeah, wow. So I think next flight we probably see an improvement to shield visibility. I don't know what the improvement will be. I wanted to kind of build upon your waypoint. So one thing I noticed, they got rid of waypoints like you said. One, I think it would make it obvious who was your teammate and you might not even need outlines. But the biggest thing that I think you lose is competitive like tactical play, where now you don't know which of your teammates is which. In Halo 3 or Halo Reach or whatever.
Dude, you go on, but I forgot them. I have said this in the past, but I forgot to mention it. Go ahead.
I hated that. Great. I wasn't calling out because I was playing bots, but like you would see someone getting pushed, and I mean, you could say like, hey, you're getting pushed nest or something, but it's so much easier to be like, hey, BHP, watch. Like,
yeah.
Because if you're playing with a team and you're playing in a competitive setting, you're going to know whose service tag is who, and losing that bit of info, I feel like actually really hurts the game. And I hope that's something they think about changing.
Well, in the settings, there was an option to enable that, right? Gamer tags or service tags above your teammate's head.
Was there? Shit.
Yeah,
okay.
there was. It just didn't work in the flight when you turned it on.
Okay.
And one
all
more,
right.
Yeah, so they will have that. And one more thing I wanted to say is, they do kind of have the little circular waypoint above their head.
They do, yeah.
In this. And it turns yellow when they're engaging. In previous Halos, it turned yellow when they were shooting and turned red when they were taking damage.
Oh.
And I mean, that's a small thing, but I would like it to turn red when they are taking damage as opposed to yellow all the time. Because sometimes I reacted. I reacted differently if I just knew my teammate was shooting or if I knew he was just taking damage. I would react different. But now it's just yellow
Hog line.
all the time. What?
Someone in chat talking about Pog line.
Oh.
Also, someone brought up something in chat. Big Daddy said, "How would multi-team work if the outlines and no team colors? Maybe for that they'll do team colors.
So I think
It
there's
feels like a weird
Game
thing
modes
to
they can
part
include
and
it when
part.
it's really necessary."
I feel like there's a handful of ways it works. One, I mean, is there any reason why all the different teams couldn't have the same outline color? Like they're all enemies. I guess you wouldn't know which team is which might matter.
It would be nice to know which
Yeah,
team is which.
Yeah, that's what
you're
I'm saying. I would like to
definitely
know that
right.
too.
So maybe it forces colors in that game mode, or if we're being honest, do we just not get it? I mean, I think that's as much of a possibility.
Are we talking about multi-team? Was that what it
Yeah,
was?
multi-team.
Yeah. Even for wait, but when they would all just have different color outlines, right? Oh, he's saying without outlines. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Then yeah.
I mean,
I
even
don't
with
know.
outlines, you choose the enemy team outline. So how would that work in a multi-team scenario? Would they
Oh well. Oh yeah, you're
just
right.
mix it up?
I don't know. Maybe lock colors for that then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that'll
however
be
they do it, it's
interesting
going
to
to be
see how
kind
they
of clunky.
how that plays out. Because even a game mode like Rocket Race or something might be weird. Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
I
worry,
don't-
guys. You'll be able to toggle it just like you can toggle everything else.
That's something I want to say. I see a lot of people saying they need to bring a red versus blue toggle. You're not getting it.
No, I don't mean like for matchmaking. I mean like for custom games.
Oh yeah. In
If you
customs,
wanna
I feel
have
like you
some
might be
forced
able to
weird
force that
custom game.
stuff. In customs, I bet you will.
There
But
may be a toggle for team colors.
yeah, that's true. And maybe like for certain setting, like certain weird like variety type playlists, maybe it'll force stuff. I don't know. We'll see.
But actually, that you brought it up, the people who like want toggles for everything they're matchmaking are hella weird people, man. Like, Jesus Christ, I want toggle for skins, armor coatings,
Yeah.
armor pieces.
I want all the characters to look like the default Halo Infinite color.
Yeah, I will say though, you know, it'd be really nice. Is like this is kind of, I feel like other people agree with me, but and this is kind of off topic, but the old Bungie style medals in multiplayer, like the double kill, like all those ones. I
Yeah,
feel like those ones were way more distinguishable and better than the 343 ones. that came, like,
100%.
before.
So I was gonna
I wish
talk.
you could toggle that.
Yeah, I
I will
had
say,
a
I wish you
little
thought
a
of
little section for medals. What the
Okay,
fuck
before
did
we-
they do to the medals, man? They're all red. They're all red.
Yeah.
Why do they all look the same? They're so small and they're all the fucking same.
Are they actually
Yeah.
red?
They're all red.
red?
Yeah, like overkill and
Wow.
up is like red for-
Overkill
Right.
and,
About
and
the
up is
different
all
ones.
red. Killionaire has a fucking red circle with a money bag in it.
That's so dumb. That is so
Yeah,
dumb.
I will say some of these medals stood out to me, and I liked them better than a lot of the medals from Halo 4 and 5. But they've got nothing on 3 or Reach's medals.
Yeah.
So.
You can easily tell which multi-kill they had because the base color.
Yeah.
Whereas like the 343 ones, like they're all fucking blue, and like I'm not squinting to see how many stars are in that thing. Like
Yeah. Well, in
Yeah, right.
Infinite, you have to squint to see how many stars are in it. They're
And
gonna sell
get
metal
all that
packs.
crap.
I
Get all
wouldn't-
that crap out of the center of my screen. Put it
Yeah.
up into the left or the right
Okay.
corner of the screen. There's
You
nothing
wa-
up there.
You
It
want to hear
doesn't need to be in the
something weird? So I noticed if you put Infinite into vertical format, the medals pop up. I
Definitely.
I wonder if that played a part in why they're so close to the middle of the screen. Because like if you play any of the older Halo games, the medals don't show up at all in vertical format because they're off to the side. So like if you're posting
Really?
TikTok clips or something like that, yeah, like go post an H3 TikTok clip and put it in proper vertical. The medals won't show up at all because they're all cut off on the left side. Halo 5 didn't have that problem because Halo 5 put them in the bottom middle. But yeah, I noticed that for Infinite clips is the medals are far enough into the middle that they show up. I don't know if that would have played a part. Maybe that was just a coincidence, but
aren't more modern games just having like that stuff in the middle though?
They are like if you
didn't
play Valorant,
Destiny
yeah,
had like the kill that like the who you killed and your points or whatever show up in the middle of the screen. I
yeah,
think.
a lot of games do it in the middle, like the bottom middle. I feel like is pretty common. So since we're kind of on this topic, why don't we talk about the HUD in general? Do you like the infinite HUD?
I think it's okay. I mean, the last Halo game I played was Halo 4's campaign, so really anything from that would be an upgrade. But I kind of like that it's a little bit minimal. It does look a little bit bland at times, though. It would be cool if, I don't know, maybe depending on the team you're on, it would change colors. But again, that goes back to the whole there is no red versus blue anymore, so that's not going to happen. I guess this is a problem with the rest of the build at large, is that it just looks a bit sterile. I wish it had a bit more character to it. I don't know what you guys think, but
One thing I'll say though, obviously I didn't get to play it, but like I feel like the weapons and like grenade thing in the bottom right is maybe it's because I'm so used to the older Halos where it's in the top left and you could see like a visible bar of your ammo and how much you have left.
Yeah,
I like never noticed it in the bottom right, and the number thing I just forget how much is my clip versus the old way where you can see a physical part deplete
yeah.
as you shoot it.
It's definitely. I feel like it took inspiration from modern other games like Call of Duty or Destiny.
For
I feel
sure,
like
like maybe
100%.
this is a boomer Halo take to say, but I like the old way preferably.
Yeah, so I will say I kind of like the sleek design, but I will say we lost information because if you're playing any of the older Halo games where you have multiple different grenade types, you could see how many of each grenade you could have. Daddy just mentioned that too. But in this, they're in that one little section that it shares, and you have to toggle between them. I don't like that because, like, if
there were multiple times where I had to toggle it over to check what my other grenade was.
Yeah,
and I didn't like that.
So you don't even know if you have like a plasma nade sitting in the back of your pocket.
Correct. And I found because like if you run over the grenade pickups, you'll automatically pick up the first set. But then if you run over a second set, you have to swap. So like I didn't like it because I wouldn't know what my second set is. Half the time I wouldn't even know if I picked up a set of grenades because you're just playing. And I think this wasn't a problem in matchmaking because you can only have one equipment. But if you look through the settings, there was settings that you could keybind each different piece of equipment separately. So I wonder if there's going to be maybe custom games or different playlists where you can hold multiple pieces of equipment. It's going to be the same problem. You're not going to know what the fuck you have. And so I don't like how that's all jammed into one corner, especially when we have so much like the top left and the top right were plain. Like you could stick grenades top left, you could stick equipment top right, and it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I'll say like the HUD, I didn't hate it as much as some people did, but I definitely prefer the old HUD. You did technically have more information, and I just preferred the way it looked in the classic games, or well, all the other Halo games. Honestly, was there a different sound depending on what grenade you switched to? Do you know? Because like
I don't know.
Like I know Halo 3, it was a different sound when you switched to plasmas or when you switched to spikers. So even if you weren't like want to look up there, you could switch and still know what grenade you were switching to because it made the sound.
Yeah, that I don't know.
Probably not.
Okay. The Discord overlay died because fucking Siri and BK joined the Discord. God damn it.
You probably don't have this as a. Oh yeah, I see that. You probably don't have this as a topic. What do you think about power weapons sharing ammo? Like, or you just stack it now? Like a plasma pistol, you could pick up the ammo from another plasma pistol.
I saw that. Oh, I just kicked BHB from the server. Oh my god. Oh my.
What?
It's not BHB. I just banned BK from the server. I just didn't. Because it fucked the overlay. I just. Oh my god.
What is going on?
Okay, so BK and Siri, they were using one of the voice chats, and it fucked my overlay that I made. And so I tried to just like boot him off the servers, like get out of the voice chat, but I completely kicked him out. I banned him off the server.
That works too. Wait, BK?
I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
he's the one who gets banned on everything.
Yeah,
That's
oh my
perfect.
god, it is. BK, I'm sorry. I just wanted you to leave the voice chat because it was fucking the
Be your
overlay
own
that I made.
friends, man. Be your own friends that be banning you.
Oh Jesus. I'm so sorry. He said just DM me. I should have. I was just trying to like move you out of the voice chat, but I accidentally just completely banned you. Okay, well let's keep it moving. So, yeah, I noticed that where like if you had a depleted gravity hammer or you had a low one, you could just run over the new one, which is definitely weird.
It doesn't make sense.
I don't know how I feel about it.
Like, I guess it doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know, in the world, like to be able to stack energy weapons like that. But I don't know. It's just
Maybe
for
it's for balancing.
I don't know how I
reasons.
feel
I don't
about
know. Their thought was like, hey, you know what? Plasma rifles have been kind of ass the past couple of Halo games, so
I mean, it just instead of having to like switch it, I mean, it just picks it up for you. So I mean, I don't see it being a huge problem, honestly.
Yeah, the only thing I think you lose now, like, is if you had a gravity hammer or a power weapon with like 1 or 2 hits. If you picked up the new one, you'd leave the old one there. Now you just eat both of them.
Well, the other one would still be there with 2 hits, then, right?
No, you'll in Infinite, you'll just keep both. It doesn't auto swap them. It just puts the ammo into
It picks
yours.
it up complete. Yeah, but wouldn't the other one have a little bit left? Because the one you're holding has a little
Oh,
bit left.
it leaves the old one there, does it?
I think it does. Yeah. I
Oh
think
shit!
It just picks up.
If it leaves the old one, then it's whatever. It's just a quality of life
Yeah,
thing.
I'm
Then
pretty sure it
I
does
don't
that,
even
yeah.
care.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, then it's fine. Okay. Why don't we talk about D-Scope? How did you guys feel about D-Scope in Halo Infinite? So for everyone in chat, if you didn't play or you didn't realize how it worked, basically any weapon with like, I would say like a proper scope had D-Scope, but things that use Smart Link or whatever the fuck they call it in Halo, like the Sidekick and the AR and the Needler and the Bulldog, those don't have D-Scope. So how did you guys kind of feel about that?
I didn't notice it too much, and when I did, I wasn't really that offended by it. I thought it was kind of fine. I've never really been against D-Scope in any of the games. I feel like it discourages on longer maps those just endless, like, 4 players on either side, miles away shooting at each other type things. I personally don't enjoy those. So I think it's okay, although at the same time, I don't feel like any of the maps we got really warranted using scoped-in weapons all the time. Maybe Bizarre when you're on the like upper level aiming at each other, but I don't know. I think in the maps we got, it was fine.
Yeah, since it was only with like the smart scope weapons, the weapons that are not really don't have a lot of range to them, I guess it wasn't that big of a deal. But that's one of those things I got to spend more time with before I really know how I feel about it.
I just
guys,
felt
I will say, D-Scope is dope.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Okay.
Everyone in chat, D-Scope is dope.
The system in Infinite isn't the worst thing in the world, but I think it's like a weird halfway system. I think they should just pick one system or the other. I would prefer all the weapons to have D-Scope. I also think this does weird things where it makes things like the Sidekick and the AR unintentionally more effective. Because now you can de-scope someone using a BR and they can't do anything. You can stay scoped in. And like the AR in this game actually has pretty ridiculous range.
Well, true, but if you are de-scoping somebody with a BR, they probably still have more range unscoped
True.
than you do scoped in with it.
Very, very true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. My other issue, and this is purely like a settings thing, and I'm hoping they fix it, is so like, I don't know what you guys use in Halo, but all the Halos besides Halo 4 that have D-Scope, I've always gone with like toggle zoom because I like to be able to instantly re-zoom if I get kicked out. In Infinite, since they use both systems at once, it's like a funky setting. And so I would either like to be able to set the different, like, I'd either be able to set the smart link weapons and the rest of the weapons separately, or I'd like it to work like it does in MCC, where you can set it as toggle, but you still have the option to hold. And then if you hold, when you release, it unzooms you. In Infinite, that doesn't work at the moment. But if they fix that, I'll probably have less issues with it. I still think I'd just prefer everything have descope, but
I think I would too. And like sometimes like I don't know, there's situations where I want to get descoped when I get shot at, but yeah, so I'd lean towards that as well, having everything just have descope.
Anyone have any other thoughts on descope?
Descope is dope.
All right. All right, how do you guys feel about this? Probably a short topic, but the melee in Halo Infinite.
I had a nightmare with it, trying to play on like 150 ping because we could only connect to US servers. Oh my god. The bots would be able to melee me twice in a time it took me to melee them like half of the time. It was an absolute nightmare to me. So I don't have an opinion on it, whether or not it's balanced or not, but holy shit, was it uncomfortable to do on my end.
Yeah, I don't think I have any notable things related to the melee.
It's way too long. The range is fucking cracked. It felt like
I saw people saying that. But there were times where I didn't get a lunge. Like I thought I was in range and I meleeed and I didn't get the lunge. So
I don't know. I felt like at times I could like fucking my little Spartan could just dive at someone with the melee.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Is that just like an FOE thing, making it seem like you're
maybe. That was an issue I had like when MCC first came out. Playing Halo with a higher FOV definitely fucked with my like sense of melee range.
Yes, yeah, same.
So maybe it's an FOV thing that I felt like it was cracked range. Maybe it was normal. I don't know.
I saw a lot of people saying it was long. Maybe it was.
And I think, can't you currently just like walk through the enemy Spartans too? Or is there collision with the enemy Spartans?
I don't know.
Never mind. I think there is collision, but okay. So not too much to say on melee. Retro was saying the different grenades do have different sounds. BHB, just to
in Infinite.
Yeah, just to go back to that.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting.
Why don't we? And I don't know if you guys paid more attention to this than I did, but how do you feel about the menu UI, like outside of the game?
I hated it. I really did. It was, I don't know what it is. Maybe it was because we kept looking at the same gray landscape with like one or two Spartans, the other two wouldn't load, and like every so often I'd get this weird like just pink box. I don't know what was causing that. The actual menu buttons themselves were just kind of bland. I couldn't stand it. I really couldn't.
Yeah, I don't like those type of main menus where it's supposed to be like and it's like a certain scene. Yeah, it's supposed to show your Spartan there. I guess that was supposed to be your Spartan. I don't know. I don't like how Modern Warfare it shows you and everybody in your party just like walking there. I hate that. I like simplistic, like Halo 3 or a Halo Reach. I mean, really any of the Halo games, honestly. But as far as the UI goes, like I didn't really move through the menus too much. I think I went into the customization like once. I think I went into the battle pass once. I didn't mess around there too much, so I don't have a lot to say.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna say.
It could be better. It could be cleaner, more organized.
Yeah, I feel the menu UI could definitely be cleaner and more intuitive. I also feel like at times I felt like I was clicking more than I should need to click to get into stuff. Like I don't have any specific examples off the top of my head, but sometimes I felt like I was doing like 3 or 4 clicks when it really shouldn't have taken that long to get to something. But yeah, like you said, I think I opened the customization menu like twice, and half the time I couldn't get shit to equip, so I just stopped caring. So I didn't even pay attention to the battle pass. Did you unlock anything, Paint?
I did, because you could just purchase things in the battle pass.
Yeah.
I did a few times, but this is a gripe I had with the entire UI, actually. At times I felt like, oh, well, this UI is made for a console. But then I was looking at it, and I was looking like, everything is so far apart. It was clearly designed with mouse and keyboard in mind. But they clearly had to compromise somewhere, so it felt good on neither.
Yeah.
And yeah, as for the customization, I don't know if this is something we're going to talk about later, but the fact you have to do your nameplate and number thing,
Dude, there's
on
no
the
way
mobile
that
app,
if they do that for the full game, no way.
What?
I don't even know why they're doing it. You
Where
have to do it via the mobile app.
you can't set your service tag, you can't set your nameplate, you can't set the picture thingy. You have to do all that through the app or the website.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
That
There's
had to
no
just
way
be
that
like
launches
a,
like
a
that.
test thing to try and get people to use the app, right? That's what I
It had
thought.
to be. It
If that-
has to be.
If they make it like that, okay. Retro's saying those settings were in the game in a deactivated menu.
Oh, so were they just
Okay.
testing the app? But at the same time, like, what else does the app do?
I
What
don't know.
is
The
the
app
point
was
of
kind
this
of
app?
dog shit. I downloaded the app. I changed my nameplate. It took like it was honestly like really fucking clunky, and I just never reopened it because. All right. Maybe this is a hot take. Fuck companion apps. I don't want to open an app on my phone to set shit for my in-game character. Like I just want to play the
Yeah.
game. Like
Right?
I the only companion app that I ever liked was World of Warcraft during the Legion expansion when you had those weird like quests you had to send your companions on and you could set them on your phone. That was the only time that I've cared about a companion app because it was actually useful. Every other
Yeah.
time I feel like it's just taking settings that should be in the game and it's making me use a fucking app to do them, and they're always really annoying.
Arrrash, was that rant in order to cover up the fact we just saw you slide off the map?
Dude,
And I wanted to say something on that because I just saw that. Could you cancel your slide in Halo 5?
Yeah, I did. Someone who played
Because
more Halo 5
I
would have
slid
to
off
tell
the
me.
map too in Infinite a couple times because I thought I could cancel it right at the edge. I don't know if there's other games like that where you can cancel it, but I slid off the edge too a couple times.
I felt like, and this is probably like a learning curve, but so depending on like the slope you were sliding on too, sometimes you could hit like the super slide or whatever, and
Yeah.
I wasn't hitting those very consistently, so sometimes I was like not expecting to get the speed boost, and I would just yeet off the edge or something like that, but. Yeah. Okay. Any final thoughts on the menu UI or customization or the battle pass, anything like that?
Oh, trash.
All right. Perfect. How do we feel about no team damage and no collision with your teammates?
Bad.
Yes.
I think they should keep the collision. What the hell, man?
Yeah, I definitely think there should be collision. Yeah. I mean, Halo wasn't ever one of those games where I was really getting stuck on my teammates. Like
For sure.
maybe Call of Duty, but like Halo was not that game. And you could, do buddy jumps and stuff. So I
Yeah.
think collision should be on.
The collision not being there is fucking weird. I will say for social settings, I don't know if I care there's no team damage. It makes for really funky gameplay, but in social, I don't know if that matters. But if there's no team damage in competitive and some dude pushes me through his teammate's grenade and kills me, I'm just going to close the game.
That's gonna be stupid. Like, what? Maybe that's just for social guys. Maybe
Yeah.
competitive they'll put it in.
I mean, but you know how you could put that like target sensor thing on your teammates?
Yeah.
They can run around with that. Maybe they run into a room, you rocket the room, you kill everybody, but you don't kill your teammate.
And you can
So, like,
rocket
I
you
do
can
think
rocket your
that's-
teammate too. Like it still has there is collision
You
with
can
like
nade jump
grenades
for
and
your
shit.
teammate, too. You
Yeah.
get a naded-
But
That's-
it wouldn't.
off of-
No friendly fire though.
No,
Like,
it doesn't.
they
It
wouldn't
doesn't do
die to it.
damage, but the physics still
Okay.
exist.
Yeah, gotcha.
Because you can punch your teammates to move them. It just doesn't do any damage, which is fucking
There's gonna
weird.
be metas made based off this fucking shit if they keep it for everything.
Yeah, you could attach, like Retro's saying too. You could attach a plasma nade to your teammate and just have him run into a room, just to
Oh, yeah.
clear the fucking room for you. So I don't know. The more we talk about it, I think social just needs fucking damage too. There's too much in Halo you can do with your teammates' bodies if they aren't taking damage.
Yeah, people did that shit with the sticky det in Halo 4. They'd put it on a mongoose, and like
Oh,
the player
yeah.
would drive a mongoose into people, and you wouldn't kill your teammate. So
Yeah. All right. I think did we talk about the AI in the Spartan chatter earlier?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we won't bring that back up. Did you guys notice in the fire range, weapon range, whatever the
Never
fuck it was called? You can your Spartan can now punch without holding a gun.
Ooh, I did not see
Uh,
that.
is it a faster melee?
You just punch. I mean, it I don't know
It's
how
just
much
a
we can.
normal
I don't know how
melee,
much we can talk
fine.
about the leak shit, but I think it's directly related to a certain game mode that got leaked. But
Battle Royale.
yeah,
Oh,
there was some voice lines.
I saw the voice line, but I feel
I'm
like
about to drop. Yeet.
Yeet.
that was the
Right
voice
over
line.
yonder.
No, I don't remember what the voice line was.
I think it was just Battle Royale or something.
I
like
think it was, which I guess
could be
like
some kind of weird metal. I don't know.
it could be, but I don't know. I feel like it's coming. We don't need to get into that debate. We'll see. We'll see if it comes. We'll deal with it then. But
Yeah.
all right. Does anyone else have any specific Halo Infinite things they want to bring up? That was kind of my list.
I don't like small thing, but I forgot to mention earlier. I could do without the little tint to the screen when your shields recharge.
The
I
yellow
don't
or
need-
whatever.
Yeah, it just gets just a weird tint to it. You don't need
Maybe
that.
just
It
an
wasn't-
audio thing like we've had for fucking.
Yeah, yeah.
entire
I mean,
Halo
yeah.
franchise.
You know, it's always been clear when my shields are recharging. So
Yeah.
Or maybe that should be a toggle. I understand if you're like
Oh,
someone
yeah,
who's
toggle.
hearing impaired, you want that visual marker, but like
actually,
for most
yeah.
of us,
Yeah. I could, with something like that, I could see it being an accessibility thing where maybe you have it there, but you have it toggleable or something. I don't know. I don't hate that. But yeah, I don't need my screen to go yellow to tell me I'm regenning shields. Just make that like the sound that we've had
That's
since
what-
CE.
I hear yellow by Coldplay every time my shields go up.
Yes, perfect. What if?
Oh, and can we talk about how pointless the drop wall is?
Yeah, I have a whole section about equipment. Do you want to do equipment next?
Is it because it's too
Oh, that's
small?
not good.
Like, what's the deal?
Dude, the equipment is let's do equipment and we'll start with the drop wall. The drop wall is dog shit. It takes forever to throw out, and then it takes
Boy.
2 bullets to shoot. So like it needs to be one or the other. It either needs to be easy to destroy and instantly deploy, or it needs to take a while and actually be strong, because the way it is, like, I don't know what the purpose is. You have to pre-throw it down and then
It's
peek with it,
pointless,
but then
yeah.
someone can just, if they see you pre-throw it down, they can literally pop it in 2 pistol shots. Like, I
They
don't.
can,
and a
they can
single
pop the whole
grenade
thing in
will,
one.
Yeah, if you shoot the bottom, it just pops.
Yeah, that's just one right there. Yeah.
Yeah,
See, you guys clearly didn't do the tactic where you get 2 drop walls, you put one in front of you,
Make
one
a
behind,
dog
and then you
shit
just crash.
bubble shield.
The bots don't know how to deal with that. They like run at it and then they run back a little bit.
Bubble shield
they're
at
like-
home.
How do we do this?
I mean,
good.
I could see, like, if you threw it down and like you were near a wall and you didn't have like the actual like the equipment part of it, like in the that thing it deploys from, if that wasn't visible and you were just like holding an angle, you had snipe, and like it could say somebody walks around a corner, you could just snipe them through the drop wall and they shoot the drop wall, it blocks their shot. So it could like work in situations like that, but
Well, they
overall,
could.
I mean,
Obviously,
it's just
tune
too
it
weak.
when the game comes out, but I can imagine like their concerns for it not being like another annoying reach armor ability or whatever.
I mean,
Like,
let's be
safety
honest. There's
bubble.
been probably many times where we've all been tilted by a bubble shield that popped up.
Yeah, like they're just scared to make it like
Yeah.
another like armor lock deal where it's like, oh, this fucking thing again.
Yeah. Currently, though, I think it's too weak. I think it
It
needs
is
to either
too
be.
weak.
I'm honestly okay with it being really weak, but it needs to almost instantly deploy if that's going to be the case. Because then you can, if you're in a
Yeah.
gunfight, you could pop it down just to block a shot or two to win a gunfight. But like currently, if you tried to pop it at the start of the gunfight, you'll die before it deploys. So it's like
Yeah.
you have to
I
deploy
just-
it before the gunfight or something.
I just found myself ignoring it.
Yeah, I never threw it. It was always in my inventory. It honestly would piss me off because I would go to pick up overshield and then it would just be in my way. And instead of auto picking up the overshield, I now had to click the fucking like interact button.
And I hope there's more equipment, like, because like the grapple shot's cool.
The grapple shot's so much fun.
the repulsor looks cool. Thrust. I mean, we saw that in the settings. Like, that,
Yeah.
there's going to be like a thrust equipment that could be fun. And I don't like that the camo and the overshield are taking up 2 equipment slots. I'd rather those 2 slots be something else unique they came up with.
Yeah, I see what you mean because those have been around forever. They were its own thing.
Yeah, like, yeah.
I will say too. So like, I'm still iffy on the whole being able to pocket power ups. I'm kind of I'm gonna hold my opinion until I play more PvP, because against the bots it was meaning like it didn't matter. It's not like you needed the power ups, and I never really
No.
felt like a bot pocketed an overshield or something and pissed me off. But one thing I think that needs to immediately change is, so if you're holding equipment and you go to pick up the power up, I think if you hold the interact button, it should just auto pop the power up. That way I don't have to pick it up and then click a different button.
I did say something about that, like, but you pick it up like it's like instant.
Yeah, it
Like, when
is,
you
but
stop.
like
But yeah, I did mention that.
I just feel like one click instead of two would be more convenient, just like a quality of life thing.
And another thing in regards to like how you can hold it and choose when to pop it, I think it needs to interrupt the animation of using it if you take damage. I don't like that. Like I can just be shooting someone, they're one shot before death, and like then they
Wait,
get
I
this
actually agree with that. That
overshield.
would be good bouncing.
It should interrupt it.
The animation, the way it works now, works like it did in H5, where like you pick it up and you have the little animation, and then you can like try and
but
kill
he's
them
saying
during the
that
animation. But if
can
you
disrupt
don't,
them from popping it if they try to use it as an escape.
Yeah, but in Halo 5 you couldn't walk around with it. So I
True,
think there needs
so-
to be more of like something to balance it here. So
yeah, because I think one thing you can do with it now is you can almost engage with it. Like if you have a teammate with you and you know there's two people around a corner or one, you can go like, all right, push, and you wrap the corner, popping your shield, because you know the damage you take is going to be negated, and then like your teammate can just get free shots off. Whereas like in the old games, obviously you couldn't pocket it, but if they could disrupt your overshield, that makes that a bad play possibly, because if he kills you, then you just lose it altogether.
Is there any like invulnerability right when you pop it, like there was in Halo 3?
You don't have straight up invulnerability, but it like instantly gives you the full overshield effect.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So it's
I
not.
think that's where like the wind up of applying it kind of fills that role, though.
Yeah.
Like it sort of balances out a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So any other thoughts on the power ups themselves?
Honestly, I'm interested to see how they're going to play in objective modes. Something like capture the flag, somebody pops an overshield right before capping the flag. Like it's an interesting layer of gameplay we've not necessarily seen in the other games so far.
But
I don't know
will
if it'll
you be able
particularly
to-
balanced.
Will you be able to use equipment with the flag? Like I mean, could you? I
We-
can't imagine you'd be able to grapple shot with the flag.
I think
And that's-
didn't we see
yeah.
footage where you could, or a
He was
screenshot or
sprinting with the
something?
flag.
Oh, he was sprinting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, he was grapple shotting with an oddball on this
Yeah,
map.
yeah,
Recharged.
yeah. That's what I thought.
True. So okay then.
What do you
I
guys
don't
think of the CPU cooler on this map?
It's very, it kept it nice and cool. So obviously BHP, you said it, but the grapple shot from this technical test, by far my favorite equipment. It's the only one that I actually enjoyed.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun.
It's a
and,
ton
like,
of fun.
Immediately, I started like thinking about all the cool, unique things that you could pull off with it. And
Yeah.
it was fun.
Do you like that it's a limited charges as opposed to just like a cooldown?
Yeah, I do actually. I do like that. And like, what is it, 3 and you're done?
Yeah, it's 3, and then you could like stack it if you pick up another one. I think you can hold up to 5.
At what, as opposed to it being infinite but having to recharge every time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I do like the limited uses. You can kind of like play Spider-Man
Yeah.
with it. You know, I just think it's fun. I don't think it's unbalanced or anything. So
Did you retro ask this, but do you like how when you're using it, if you try to shoot, it just instantly ends the grapple?
I'm
Yeah.
guessing they did that for a
That's
balancing
awesome.
reason, so you know,
Yeah.
some
I-
fucking
yeah, I don't mind that.
Monster guy.
I do wish this is just probably a me thing, but I do wish jump canceled it. I feel like I've pressed jump to cancel grapples in other games, so that's probably why I was trying to instinctively do that with that, and it doesn't cancel it. I wish it did, but I can just also press shoot to cancel it, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah, I think at times it felt awkward, but I think it's definitely there's like a balancing thing. Like I don't need someone like Spider-Manning while ARing me down. I think that would just be annoying. This might also just be like not being able to play with it enough, but I felt like it doesn't swing as smoothly as something like Apex. But again, that could have just purely been because I haven't had the chance to like play with it enough.
Okay, I heard some people saying it did have like the
You
mechanics of, like, a
definitely
Pathfinder.
can you can slingshot, but I just felt like it's a little bit more clunky. Holy moly, a little bit more clunky than Apex's.
Yeah,
But
you're probably right.
it could just be like I need to
never-
get used to it.
I never used it in Apex, but I played Titanfall 2, and like
Yeah,
I really
same
liked
thing.
the grapple hook in that game. I loved the grapple hook in that game. I don't have much time playing Titanfall, but when I played Titanfall 2, that grapple hook, I loved that thing. That was so much fun.
Yeah.
So
All right.
grapple
How do we feel about the target locator?
Oh, is that like the green sphere thing?
Yeah, that pings people. I thought it was pretty useless fucking equipment.
I found it accidentally. I didn't know what it was. I threw it and then forgot about it. Does it go through walls?
Yeah. Or no, it doesn't. It doesn't go through. It doesn't go through walls, but like if you throw it through a doorway, it'll wall hack people that it pings. You know what I mean?
Oh, is that
does
the
seems
thing
like
we
a lot of
saw
conditions.
in like the trailer? That
Yeah,
was, like,
yeah.
Dart looking at function. Oh,
I don't know.
I didn't use it much, but I don't think it's useless. And you shoot it into a room, it detects people. You know, they're in that room. You know,
it just seems kind of like safe and boring. I guess is where I'm getting at. It's not useless. It has its purposes, but like, I don't know. I think I want the equipment to be like more unique and fun. And 2 out of the 3 equipments that we have are either bad or like really bland and safe. You know what I mean?
And yeah, I'm kind of like feeling that. I am disappointed there isn't like going to be more fun and unique pieces of equipment.
Hold on. Someone just came into chat and said, I won't lie. I don't think Juice World is coming back.
I have faith. Okay.
If enough of us change our usernames, he'll come back.
Not gonna lie. If
this is a movement,
those data leaks are true about the battle royale thing, then I could see a lot of these equipment having a way more better use in this battle royale game mode that's been speculated versus it being in 44 or whatever.
True.
Like that's like an MW. There's a lot of shit equipment that like the heartbeat sensor is absolutely useless in 44 or whatever social matchmaking. But battle royale, it's so good.
That's true. I guess I don't know. We'll wait and see kind of what the rest of the equipment ends up being. Do you think
Can we talk about how they're calling it an eagle when it's a hawk?
Is this a hawk?
It's a hawk versus a snake, a cobra. It's confirmed, and it says eagle. It is literally a hawk. You can look it up from Halo CE. It is a hawk.
Where are they using the same image
in the Halo lore?
CE?
Those are actually eagles.
Like in CE, you know how you had like the eagle for the blue team on the flag, and then like the snake on the red. Yeah. It's a hawk, not an eagle, and they're calling it an eagle.
Bro, this is
you
censorship.
got to take in consideration that in this lore, all the real hawks went extinct. So
oh, true.
yeah,
True.
this is 500 years in the future.
They'll cover that in the campaign. I saw it in the leaks.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Dude, I had someone come into chat and leak the whole story for me, or spoil the whole ending. So
I've only had the first one leaked. They all posted in the same format, so they're not really that bright. So I just see the first one and then
I
they're not
want
to read
someone
on.
sending me a TXT file of the entire campaign script.
all right. So any other final opinions about equipment?
Hawkgate. I think equipment is spicy.
All right. Yeah. My opinion on it is currently like I think 1 out of the 3 equipment is legitimately cool. I hope to see more cool equipment and less just like super safe and bland stuff, but I'll wait and see. I also wonder how many pieces of equipment we're actually going to have at launch, because I'll be honest, I could see a world where we just get like the repulsor and maybe that's it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. What would you think about? Would you want to see any of the old equipment? Oh, and the thrust, obviously, because we've seen that's in the settings. But what about old equipment? Is there any old equipment you'd want to see make a return? Whether it's like H3 equipment, or maybe even like an armor or a Spartan ability as an equipment, or is there any of those you'd want to see come back?
I want
bring back the flare.
Yeah, flare, but I want to
no, there's a flare in this fucking game. No. There's a flare in this game. I had multiple times during the technical test where I got flashbanged, and I don't know what the fuck happened. My screen would just go yellow. My screen would just bug out.
I heard people talking about it.
I have no clue. The shield recharge thing just looked going nuts.
I have
Is it
no
the
clue what
plasma
was
grenades?
happening.
The plasma grenades are flashbangs in Halo 5, which I hated.
I have no
know
clue what
what's
was
up
going
with
on, but it probably
Yo.
happened a handful of times, and my screen
Really?
just went yellow.
Equipment.
Oh, it was a frag grenade hitting your drop wall. Sick. Okay, they should fix that. Because that's not what I want. Oh, there's an electric grenade from the 2020 campaign trailer.
I remember that. I'm waiting
Yeah.
to see that again. I've been waiting to see that again.
Yeah, I think jetpack could be an okay equipment, although it kind of overlaps a little bit with grapple shot. But
No, jetpack is not. No.
no, you don't want to see that.
No.
All right.
No, but I guess there's various different there's a lot of different equipment from Halo 3 or abilities that I wouldn't mind seeing as equipment in Halo Infinite, honestly.
Bring back the mine.
The fucking
Yeah,
trip
that
mine.
That thing was slept on a lot. in
Trip
Halo
mine's
3.
fine. Trip mine's fine.
The
I'd
trip
like
mine's
that.
fucking useless, other than for like custom games.
It's not useless.
When do you?
It did
How
okay.
often in your Halo life did
You
you ever
throw-
get a
you-
trip mine
you can
kill?
You can get Warhol kills with that. You
I
can
mean,
deploy that thing.
occasionally, but it's like it's
If you're
so
if
rare.
you're throwing it out in the open,
The only
hoping
reason
like
why you
somebody
don't
walks
remember
over it,
getting
not
many
gonna
kills
happen.
because it wasn't put on many maps because it was slept on.
2v2 vessel, Halo 3.
The
You
trip
know
mine
the design on
isn't
that?
useless. It can overload maps.
Bro, have you played 2v2 vessel Halo 3?
Oh,
The
that's
sandbox map in the sky?
I hate that map. That
I've
does have a
gotten
trip mine on
mine
it.
kills on that. I've cut blew people off the side of the map with that thing.
That's true. Actually, there has been times where it was like put in a place where I like awkwardly couldn't get where I was trying to go.
Oh, what about the hard light shield as an equipment? But it can be destroyed. Halo 4 is going to be destroyed, I don't think. Or
No, it
I
could.
think but it took a
Oh,
while.
actually, no, it couldn't.
the riot shield thing from H4.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
But
know. I
it's
hate
maybe
riot
easy-
shields in
easier to
games.
destroy.
It was one of those like get out of jail free cards. Assuming
Well,
they
it
had,
would
like,
be-
a hit or something,
I'm
but
thinking like the drop wall that Infinite has, except you move slowly with it, and it takes a couple more shots to destroy than the drop wall. I mean, it wouldn't be that bad. I don't think it wouldn't be that much worse than the drop wall.
how about this, guys?
What I'm thinking.
A
Yeah.
portal gun like Splitgate. Put it
Ooh,
in-
let's go.
Can you imagine?
Dude, if
can
you could go
use-
on any surface.
In grade 3.
What if you could just?
Oh,
if-
you can. No, he's on to something like something where you can drop down teleporters. You drop
Yes,
down the first
yes,
one, and
yes,
then you
yes,
go.
yes.
You have to drop down the second one
Who
somewhere
was
else.
the-
Create
who-
your own teleporter.
Yeah,
Like that one person in Overwatch.
That's what I was gonna say. Which character was that in Overwatch?
I don't know. Some with she was bluish.
Symmetra.
Kinda like, yeah,
Yeah.
that. And then so when your teammates spawn, they can just zoop zoop and then make it back.
I
Yeah,
feel.
But then you should be able to destroy it that way. They can just
No, Wraith from Apex creating portal. Oh man.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel like
right there.
there's so many like cool equipment if you were just talking like custom games too, but like I don't know. At that point, is that like a waste of dev time? You know? 'Cause
Yeah.
you could do all sorts of funky stuff if you weren't trying to add it for like the regular competitive play. But and also if that BR leak is true, there's a lot of equipment that would be cool in that mode that probably wouldn't play that well in like arena.
And
But-
and speaking of like the fun customs, like I think a lot of the abilities from like Halo 5 will be missed.
Yeah.
Even something like the fact that the sprint is so slow, I think that might hurt custom games.
Well, I think
Maybe you
you
could
should
up that
in
as a thing.
in H5
yeah.
in the settings you can
You
fuck
could?
with the sprint speed. Yeah. So you
Okay,
could probably in H5 in the in-game settings, because like 343 has more settings, but you could change acceleration, like the amount of time that it took to hit max speed. You could change max speed of the sprint. You could change like speed that you had to be at to like go into a slide. So you had a lot of flexibility with it.
That's pretty cool.
But okay, so that kind of wraps up equipment. You guys want to talk about just the weapon sandbox in general? If you have specific
What
ones.
do you guys
wanna-
think is going to be the staple weapon to have?
Well, what do you guys think
Competitive.
the starting loadout's going to be?
Well, that's
For-
what I
for
forgot.
stay-
For
yeah,
competitive?
Yeah.
For competitive? Oh, I don't know. I do not know. I kind of hope it's the
I
VR or-
feel like it's a 343 game and they're going to push sidekick AR.
I'm okay with that, honestly.
There's no way, because the sidekick's not a precision weapon. Go ahead, Paint.
I was just gonna say, like, the sidekick has so far really impressed me. I hope they don't change it, because it's, like BHB said, it's not a precision weapon, but when you need it, it can kind of fill that role. The AR, unlike a lot of other Halo games, I actually enjoy using it. Starting with the BR would be fine as well, but actually, this leads me on to another question. The BR and the Commando, they always had the same spawns in this beta.
Yeah.
But do you think they're interchangeable? Because I don't.
No, they're completely different weapons. And that actually, like, I think 343 said this somewhere, but the interchangeable weapon thing, that's just a flight thing, right?
Oh, is it?
I hope so.
I hope so. Okay, can somebody tell me that how it cycled the spawns? Was it a thing where it was like every time you played that map, it would be a different weapon there, or throughout the match did it cycle?
It was at the start of the game. It would show you what's going to be there,
and that's there.
And
like,
that's there the whole
time.
game. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I wasn't a huge fan of it. Like cycling.
They asked in the survey if we were. I didn't get the survey. I hope everyone.
I didn't get the survey either.
I hope everyone that got
it.
the survey told them no, because I don't like it. I think Halo maps should have specific weapon spawns.
Why didn't I get the survey?
At the very least, comp has to have set spawns, right? Has to. You can't have comp Halo where half the games have commando spawns and half the games have fucking BR spawns.
Yeah. So and again, if they're taking hit markers out of competitive, then I think they will. Yeah.
So here's my issue with BR starts comp in Infinite. I think the BR is too much of a laser.
It is pretty powerful, which is why people say, tone down the aim assist or magnetism, certain things like that. I could see that.
I liked how it felt as a pickup because it was very powerful, but like in PvP, you could like just lock down long sight lines with the BR. Like no, and granted, I guess if everyone else had the BR, maybe that changes because they could BR you back. But I think that might make the gameplay unfun.
Battles all the time that is just like not fun.
Yeah,
I just couldn't tell if it seemed
its long range effectiveness and have it.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was so dominant because I was just playing bots. Like so, I mean, maybe if I played PvP, I'd feel different about it.
The BR was like almost a power weapon in PvP. I felt when I was playing it, like it was that strong.
But I feel like that is because most people don't have it.
This is true. But I think if everyone has it, I think it'll be like playing H2A, where everyone has a fucking laser BR that 4-shots everywhere, and like you just can't peek out because you'll get 4-shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I hate that about H2A. So
yeah, that's one of my least favorite parts about H2A. Granted, again, we had 2 hours of PvP, so I mean. If they were to if one thing I'd like to see in the next flight, although I don't think we'll see this because I imagine it'll be BTB, is I would like to see arena flighted, but with half the game. Well, first of all, it's all PvP, but I'd like to see maybe half the game spawn you AR sidekick, half the game spawn you BR sidekick or something, so we could test the different weapon spawns. But I don't think we'll get that. Yeah, other than that, I really liked the BR. I don't know if it would do well as a starting weapon, but I loved picking it up. It's very, very satisfying to use. I played most of the flight on mouse and keyboard, and I felt like on mouse and keyboard it felt great. Honestly, most of the weapons feel really good on mouse and keyboard. I do have worries about the commando. The commando's time to kill is fucking cracked. And I think as mouse and keyboard players get used to hip firing it, you can burst people down, or you can just full auto it across the map, and you can rip someone in I think if you hit every shot, the time to kill is 0.75 seconds. That might be too fast. I don't know.
It did seem like TTK on that was pretty fast.
10 biddies.
10 biddies. But so how'd you guys feel about the AR?
Well, I do feel like it was a little too effective, and that's why I really would hope that's not a starting weapon in competitive or in competitive at all, really. And I feel like you could kill too quick with it, and it was too good. It had too much range.
What if comp spawns was just the sidekick?
I'd take that over AR sidekick or just AR.
Yeah,
Um,
because like
and
that's what it
I
went
need to see how
to.
BR starts works.
Yeah, that's what it went to later on in H5 was just the Magnum. Granted, I know the sidekick
But-
is not the Magnum, but
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know if this is a hot take, but the sidekick over Magnum any day.
I really
absolutely
enjoyed the
adore this gun.
sidekick. The sidekick is like low key my favorite new weapon in the sandbox. I think it's really cool.
I would say that and the Commando for me, but to be fair, the Commando feels just like a really beefed up sidekick.
The Commando is the precision auto rifle that we've never had, and
We never had.
I like it, but at the same time, I think it's going to continually cause balance issues. It's either going to be too strong or it's going to be bad. And right now, I'm leaning toward it's too strong. I saw a lot of people saying it's hard to use on controller, but
It wasn't that hard.
so I don't know because I didn't really mess with it too much. But like I think people with good aim, the Commando is going to be cracked, and I'm a little concerned about it. But
Like, and not, I don't like. I wouldn't want them to do this, but it feels like to not make it crack. Like the reason I feel like it's so good is because of like the recoil isn't that bad, and it's like straight up, it's predictable, and I
Well,
don't want
it
it
only
going
has-
all over. I don't want it going all over the screen. Like that would be
Yeah.
terrible. But
well,
and
that,
then the
that was
other
kind of
way
my
is-
point about the hip fire. It doesn't really have recoil when you're hip firing it. It only has recoil if you zoom it in. So like, especially on mouse and keyboard, where like hip firing isn't as much of a detriment long range, like because there's no aim assist regardless, other than that setting that I don't know what it does, and we can talk about that later. But like, if you can just hip fire it at any range, like full accurate with basically no recoil, that's when I think the Commando becomes an issue.
Yeah. What about the? Can we talk about the sniper?
Dude, the
I think the
sniper felt like
sniper
dog
felt
shit.
Like shit. I
Yeah.
hated it, and then I stopped picking it up. I at first I didn't know what it was. I'm like, is this just zooming in too close, too far? Is like the sensitivity felt really slow when I zoomed in. Even it felt like aiming on a grid at times or something like that. I saw some videos of people showing like testing it out and showing that like it wasn't 100% accurate when you were no scoping.
Yep, I saw
And
those, and that I don't
It
like that.
just felt all around bad. I want it to be much harder to snipe in Halo Infinite than MCC or any Halo game, honestly. But it wasn't just harder. Something was off about that thing.
I think
and
there
I
are
ain't
ways. Yeah, I think there's ways to balance the sniper other than to just make it like clunky and not fun to use. You know?
Yeah,
Did you guys have a distinct delay when you pulled the trigger? Or is that just a
It-
ping thing on my end?
It felt like
I
it took a little bit for it to register, but I think it was shooting. It might have just been a ping thing on your end.
Well, you see, what makes me question that is things like the Commando and the BR felt extremely responsive, but the Sniper, it always felt like there was like a, I don't know, 0.25 second delay.
Yeah, the sniper just
whenever I
felt
did with
off. I don't know what was going on with it.
They're just trying to end the careers of people like Minblitz and all that crap. They just don't like sniper montages anymore.
We're over that.
They want commando montages.
Dude, like, what if like you know how like a ton of the big montage clips are like people playing team snipers? What if it all just
Yeah.
became people playing team commandos? They're just getting commando billionaires.
Commando SWAT.
Dude, you know, if they do it like have bots and like social, you know, that's one thing people are going to be pointing out in like these clips. Oh, that was a bot kill right there. That was a bot for the Killionaire. It doesn't count.
yeah, that's
know?
gonna actually like if bots join regular social games, it's actually gonna kind of I think like unintentionally make getting montage clips both easier and like ruin them at the same time, because like it'll be easier in theory because you can kill a bot, right? But it'll also like ruin clips where you get like your chained kill is now a bot that no one cares about, you know, like similar to like if you kill an AFK person on your Killionaire, everyone's like, well, come on, man, like you chained it with an AFK player, now you just chained it with a bot that was like fucking staring at a wall.
You're telling
Yeah.
me Minblitz's video wasn't impressive, where you got 40 kills, 0 deaths?
I don't want we don't talk about that. Okay, so we talked about the sidekick, the AR, the BR, the commando, the sniper. How'd you guys feel about the gravity hammer?
I don't like it. I don't like that wind up. I don't like
No.
that delay.
Yep.
And I know why they're doing it, because it has like a larger AoE. It does more damage, but I don't like that either. I just less damage and a faster swing. That's what I want. Like it
So-
was in Halo 3.
So here's the thing. I think they tried in Halo 3, you could argue in a lot of cases the sword and the gravity hammer are similar-ish. The gravity hammer has the gravity it has the like functionality, but a lot of the time they work the same. You wait till the crosshair turns red, you click trigger, you get your kill, right? And the way they did it in this game is, assuming the sword functions like old swords, it is completely different. The sword's going to have the targeted lunge, and the hammer has the swing time, absolutely no lunge, but a larger cone of damage where you actually have to like look at your opponent and make sure you're aiming at them. So I think maybe they tried to make them like completely different as melee weapons to feel different. But yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I don't like the implementation.
And you're probably right, because I did get like the feeling that they didn't want to have like two weapons that serve like the same purpose, like duplicate roles. Because like you didn't. I'm just watching the gameplay. That dude's just hanging.
That happened a
like
lot.
my clip. Just I was just looking at that, but no, it just feels like they wanted to have one weapon, like and each weapon have its own unique role. Like they didn't want duplicate stuff. Like, I mean, like the BRs and the commando. I mean, those are like the BR. I was gonna say like you have the BR, but you don't have like another carbine.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to like Halo 3 had like a Spiker SMG plasma rifle. They all serve like a similar role, and it just reminds me more of like CE. There's one weapon for everything.
Yeah.
Maybe the hammer
I
can
do
have
feel
its... Oh, sorry, finish.
Retro, the Ravager's AoE attack broke after the first day. So, I
What do you
actually,
mean?
it stopped working. The fire stopped doing damage.
Is that what was happening?
Yeah, it worked the first day. It stopped working after the
Okay.
first day.
Okay, because I kept saying that. I'm like, everyone's talking about this, like
Yeah.
the charge up of this thing. It's not doing anything.
No,
I'm making people one shot and then hitting them with that, and it's not doing anything.
Yeah, it worked the first day, and then it just stopped working. I actually think the Ravager's probably one of the coolest weapons that they added, like, in terms of uniqueness. Like, I like, it has, like, a regular burst AoE, I don't know, like, plasma ball thingy, but then you have, like, an AoE area of denial type thing that, like, I mean, it's kind of like throwing an incendiary from Halo 3, but it's like combined into a pseudo power weapon. It's kind of cool. I'm interested to see.
I think that's cool.
I'm interested to see like the gameplay ramifications on that when you're playing real people, because you could use it to area denial like an entranceway when a power weapon's coming up or a power up, and I think a lot of that stuff would be cool, because like if you block off the entrance and now they have to push through fire, and your team can pull an overshield or pull a rocket launcher, although I don't know if rockets and Ravager would be on the same map, but you get my point. You could pull something like that using the AoE. I think that'd be pretty cool.
To finish what I was going to say about the hammer, like what if they had its current lineup where it's lower than the past ones, except it had a very much wider damage area, so that you could like potentially kill 3 to 4 Spartans if they're in that fucking I guess area, that radius, so that the sword can be for going after lunging at one particular person, but the
Yeah.
hammer can be that melee weapon that can take out a group.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was always like kind of the goal, but it just never really worked like that. It kind of just was a single target thing that just worked slightly differently. But yeah, I think one of the things I didn't like about the grav hammer was like, I guess it adds counterplay, but it's really, really annoying when you're swinging the hammer and someone fucking punches you and you die.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I think that's where, like, the this is making a large assumption, but I think that's where the like the gameplay you're used to from the previous games is gonna like draw back from your experience, because you're gonna go into it thinking, well, the hammer is like the sword. I go up and I hit someone and they die. But in Infinite, it felt like it was very much its own thing, and that's why I absolutely adored it. Especially whenever you got it with the grapple shot.
With the grapple shot, it was so much fun.
It was so good. And even like, especially on the map you're showing right now, I felt like I could just go into the like middle pit area and just go on like a massive killing spree with the gravity hammer. Largely against bots because they don't know what they're doing, granted, but
Yeah.
I love the increased area of effect because now it's made it so that the sword is like a super melee weapon, and the gravity hammer is this just massive chaos stick. I feel like that's much more in line with what it is. Not to bring up like Halo lore or anything, but whenever you see descriptions of the gravity hammer, that's what I think it should be. Whereas in the other games, it's been like it's a slightly slower sword, and yeah, it can push you back a little bit.
Yeah.
But now it's like you're genuinely fucking smashing the ground with a huge gravity stick.
Yeah,
I love that.
I would agree. The current iteration, it feels like its own thing, whereas in the past, it just felt like a hammer with some gravity effects slapped on. So
It's the Tartarus gravity hammer.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we're not seeing the incineration cannon or binary rifle. Those weapons can go.
Hey, we don't know yet. We don't know
Yeah,
yet.
you just wait.
I
You just wait for
they,
those.
they can go. I don't
Honestly,
need them.
what's the big the skewer? That's what it's called.
Yeah.
The skewer kind of felt like a dumbed down binary rifle.
The skewer, it okay.
True, but
So
it's definitely hard
I
to
think
aim.
the
Yeah,
skewer
true.
is a weapon that's probably more for BTB. That it just
Oh yeah.
every time that it spawned on Livefire, I was just disappointed. Like it just was the sniper, but worse.
Well, to be
Rash,
fair, it was
do you
a
have any
choice between
clips of the
that and the
grav
sniper.
hammer?
Do I have any clips
Any
specifically?
Gameplay?
Mm,
You put one on your channel.
Jesus. All right. Hold on.
Smoke, is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
It's true.
Yeah.
What? Okay then. Wow.
But like
Okay,
in
there
general,
we
the
go.
gravity hammer is like big hammer. I don't think there's much more to it than that.
Yeah.
Here you go. This is what you're
Hey,
getting
look
for
at that.
gravity hammer clips.
That's pretty good. Oh,
Hey,
oh.
that's pretty good.
But imagine Griffball with this thing.
Yeah.
The griff ball with this thing's gonna be weird.
Oh
But
yeah, that would,
it'll
I don't-
probably be
I
less
don't know.
frustrating to be honest, because gravity or griff ball fucking pisses me off.
Griffball's not a
That's
good
why
game mode.
Ricochet was the superior Halo Ball mode. Just saying.
Ricochet was good.
Because Ricochet is an actual game mode. Griff ball is just a
Ricochet's actually
fucking.
fun. Yeah, I know.
What do I have in this Taj folder? I don't think I have any gravity hammer clips.
Yeah, Theta. I was hoping you could pin people to the wall.
Oh, here-
with the
That would
here's-
be
skewer.
cool.
Here's
That
a
would be
gravity
cool.
hammer clip for you where the gravity hammer glitches out. This is how I want it to work. I just use the force on these people.
Oh yeah, I saw this. I had some. I did have this happen, but not for a multi kill like this.
I think it was someone told me it's when you grapple the drop shield, it like fucks the animation. But okay. Yeah, so I was saying the skewer to me was kind of just disappointing. I didn't care for it.
I thought it was really satisfying to get a kill with it.
I mean,
felt
it kind of was, but I'm going to kind of hold judgment on it until fuck, I've lost my train of thought. Until we get it in BTB, cuz I think it'll be cool to shoot vehicles with it. I'm interested to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. Let's see. What other? Does anyone have any skewer opinions?
I don't.
All right. Do we have any more to say?
Hopefully-
On,
I would say hopefully whenever they want to test, let's say
I think
maybe the next one will be PvP, I guess, and then they'll do something larger than 4v4, and hopefully there'll be like a mongoose or something, and we could test it on vehicles.
Dude, Gungoose. It's back. It's
Yeah.
confirmed.
Yeah.
Well, I did want to ask, and I think the answer is no. The Ravager or the skewer, whatever. I think it's the skewer that has the blade under it.
Yeah.
Does that give you like more melee damage or an increased melee range? Does anybody know?
It gives you a different animation, but I think it's the same. It just like it bayonets people. But as far as I could tell, it was the
Those
same.
do more damage in Halo 5 or increase the range.
I don't know. If anyone in chat knows, okay. Midnight's saying no. Oh, Jessup's saying both of them had a blade on them. So, okay. Did we have any other thoughts on the Ravager?
No, someone's asking your thoughts on the pulse carbine.
Yeah, I thought we were getting to it, sir.
Let's go.
Oh.
All right, pulse
All right.
carbine. What did you guys think about it? I thought it was pretty bad.
So I saw some people saying it was really good, and then like I thought for a second that, but like I didn't really like it. I stopped picking it up because it does shoot kind of slow. You gotta wait in between bursts. The projectiles don't travel that fast.
Nah.
Yeah, they
And,
sped up
I
the
mean,
projectile.
And this was against bots, but going up against like competent players, like I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about it. It felt like cool in concept, because it is if you headshot, it's a 2-burst kill, but like the practicality of double headshotting someone with those slow ass projectiles is like slim to none. I saw some people saying you could use it kind of like a plasma pistol, where you just like body shot them once to pull shields, and then you pull out a different weapon, but like. I don't know, the way the projectiles work, I just wasn't a huge fan of it.
So the only time I got it to really work is in the underground section on Live Fire, where it's like just a little bit too long for the shotgun.
Yeah.
But like, I felt like the pulse carbine there could outdamage an AR. Honestly, if they just sped up the projectiles a little bit, I think I would really like the weapon. I've never been a huge fan of the plasma rifles in any of the games, but this one just feels like it's close to being something good, but at the moment, I see no real reason to pick it over anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if they increase like the projectile velocity, or it also increase the rate of fire, but just tone down the damage a little bit, make it take more shots to kill. That might be the answer.
I think you could go either route there. Make it shoot faster and do less damage. Make the bullets travel faster and do less damage. I think basically anything other than its current iteration where it shoots slow. I don't think it needs to shoot slow and be heavy hitting, because like the bullets, it becomes too inconsistent to actually like reliably hit those shots. So you'd be better off doing less damage and either shooting more or having the bullets travel faster.
Yeah. No.
How did you guys feel about the plasma pistol?
There was a lot of overcharged shots that I thought were gonna hit and just didn't track. I really need to get the hang of that. I'm kind of glad it wasn't tracking like insanely good. But I enjoyed using it.
I think the plasma pistol is both too strong and kind of dog at the same time, which like probably doesn't make any sense. But so, not that anyone ever cares about the uncharged shots, but I saw Vengeful Vadam do a test where it takes more shots with the plasma pistol to break someone's shield than it does with the sidekick, and that's just comical.
That is
yeah. So I don't understand the thought process there, but other than that, the charge shot, which I feel like is what most people use a plasma pistol for in PvP, is combined with the sidekick, which instantly pulls out and shoots very fast, is very, very strong. If you can hit that overshot, like when you get noob comboed in H2 or something, like you probably were going to die anyways, but I feel like there's a little bit of time, like you have time to kill someone before they can pull the BR out and finish you off. But the sidekick pulls out so fast, and even if you miss the first shot, you can blast off the next 2 shots like right away. I felt like, granted, again, shooting against bots, maybe real people fight back, but I felt like if I hit the overshot, the overcharged shot, the person I was shooting had 0 chance. And I don't feel like that's necessarily 100% the case in other Halo games. Like you are at a disadvantage, but there's still like time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it definitely tracks less than in some of the other Halo games. So I maybe it's okay where it is. I don't know.
I've noticed a couple of times where I got kills with the overcharged shot, and I mean that was not. I mean those were like few and far between. In Halo Reach, I believed you could do that, but I got a couple overcharged kill. Just the overcharge killed the player or the bot. When I used it.
Yeah, you
like
could.
They were weak, but I overcharged it because I didn't know their shields were already drained because I couldn't tell.
Yeah, you can you can throw a grenade, and if you impact an unshielded enemy, it'll kill them. Like
wait, what?
So if your opponent's shields are down and you chuck a nade and it hits them, it'll kill them. Like
I saw that, but it's whenever their shields are down, it's an insta kill.
Yeah, it just hits them and they die.
Is this the only other game to do impact damage with nades other than Reach?
Oh, for Halo, I think so. I don't know.
Okay, because I Reach did it. But...
The only game that I really think of that does that is like Counter-Strike, where you like chuck a flashbang at someone and kill them.
Delta says H5 did that impact damage. Delta
Did
really?
I don't know. It might have. I don't know. But
I feel like
that's not like a huge balance concern to me. I think it's kind of cool. Like, how often are you
it hasn't.
chucking nades at
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
you're
fine.
right. Yeah. How'd you guys feel about the bulldog?
I don't
thought it was
like it
okay.
over the. I don't like it over the classic shotgun. I
Happy to
think the
see they brought the
classic
judge over
shotgun
to
was
the game.
fine. It worked, and I think visually the classic shotgun was better. So the bulldog, yeah, it's a thing, and it's does less damage. It shoots faster. I get what they're going for. I just give me the classic shotgun back. That's better,
So
in my opinion.
the bulldog is very generic. It looks like many other shotguns in many other popular FPS games, whereas Halo's shotgun had a unique look to it, which is a bummer.
Mhm.
At first I thought the bulldog was dog shit. The more I used it, I actually think it's pretty useful. Like, yeah, it can't single shot someone anymore, but I feel like the fact that it shoots faster and has a pretty ridiculous range, like you can two shot people pretty consistently with it.
Yeah, it's not useless by any means. Nah.
But yeah,
And yeah, it's viable, but I just still for Halo, I prefer the classic shotgun the way it was visually
don't-
and gameplay.
I don't imagine there's any chance they're going to go through the entire lifespan of Infinite without adding a classic variation of the shotgun.
no, I think we get the classic shotgun. I think we get the classic Magnum. I think you're getting a lot of that shit.
Yeah, how do you know
Yeah.
that? How do you know that, Rash? Data mining?
Oh
What
my
you done?
god.
Was that in
Arrrash
the
is
data
spoiling the
mines?
story.
Shit.
I think the shotgun was.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck, boys, it's coming.
Mhm.
Okay. The heat wave. How'd you guys feel about that one?
Felt very underpowered.
I don't think
Very,
the
very
bulldog
underpowered.
was projectile theta. It felt like it shot where I was aiming it.
Oh, I'm with Payne on this one. Yeah, that heat wave. Like, there's times I'm just shooting people. I'm like, okay, how many more? How many more shots? Like, when are you gonna die?
The heat wave was funky. I felt like it was weirdly inconsistent. Like, and it all depended on like what section of the body my fucking bullets like connected through. I'm not even sure. And it definitely okay. Compared to Halo 5 where the scatter shot is just a shotgun that can bounce bullets, at least it's more unique. But
Yeah.
I feel like it's now more unique but also like probably more useless. I don't know. I did find it useful. You could use it like a shotgun. Like if sometimes you could two shot people with it, sometimes it took like 4.
Yeah.
And then if you put it on vertical, it was very strong, but I found the vertical shot pretty hard to like hit, which was which might just be a me thing, but like the horizontal shot it just seemed like the damage output was all over the place, which made it kind of weird. But I didn't hate the heat wave. At first, the first few times I picked it up, I thought it sucked. The more I used it, at least I was like okay with using it, I guess would be the way I would say it. But I was never like, holy shit, guys, I got a heat wave. I'm gonna pop off, you know?
Yeah,
When
I
do you
definitely
want to
wouldn't call it
use
power weapon.
the horizontal shot? Like when, because like I mean, if you can hit the shot, you want to use the vertical, like close to medium.
Yeah,
Is
I
the
would just use the
horizontal for
horizontal because it was easier to hit.
Okay,
But-
like
but
I don't know. Is that do you want to use horizontal longer or close range? Like what's
I
really the
I think
the
in
time you wanna
in
use that.
theory, I think horizontal would be. Hey, I don't even fucking. That's a good question.
That's
I
what
don't
didn't
know.
get.
I don't know because I would use horizontal because it was easier to hit. But you're right. If you're planning on hitting them, you should probably just use vertical all the time. So
Mhm.
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
horizontal for multiple targets, but I mean that seems kind of like more of a niche scenario.
yeah,
But do those ricochet shots do damage?
they do, but the damage is so fucking inconsistent. Like I even tested in the fire range, and I would bounce the shot off like the same spot on the floor, or like I would try to, and sometimes it would take like 3 or 4 shots, and sometimes I'd like run out of fucking ammo. The what the fuck? I can't. Bouncing the shots off felt weird and inconsistent. Although in PvP, I did actually find a scenario where I felt like someone used it really cool. So over here by Nest, where like the where the commando or the BR spawned, there was the one game that, or not one game, but one of the games that I had on this map in PvP, there was multiple times where I was over here, like standing over here, or like playing over here to pick up the weapon, and there's a guy on the enemy team that would just slam bullets off the wall, and they didn't do a ton of damage, but they did enough that it kind of pinned you in there. And then like each time someone would push me from the other side, and so I thought that was like kind of cool. I don't know how like often that'll actually happen,
PvP?
but yeah, in PvP that only happened there. But
Okay, I was gonna like, man, what bots?
no,
were they?
the bots weren't doing that. It was real people, and I would almost venture to guess it was like a stacked team, because it was like one guy was bouncing the bullets off the wall and someone else was pushing me from the other direction. So,
Okay.
but I don't know.
I managed to do a similar thing in the mid of live fire whenever the power weapon spawned. You could just bounce it off the walls there and basically deny any entry to that place.
So
But-
maybe there's like kind of similar. Maybe like you can use it like a denial tool too, which gives it some cool functionality.
But like the Ravager, it has the alt fire, which is pretty much exclusively a denial thing.
Yeah.
Whereas this felt like it has no other purpose. There's never going to be a time where I'm not going to go for either like a double melee or a melee sidekick when I'm up close to somebody and I have the heat wave. I'm not going to rely on that unpredictability to try and get a kill for me.
Yeah.
I do like that they are trying to come up with more like unique weapons rather than like the what was it? The incineration cannon. It's just a super rocket launcher. The binary rifle. It's just a super sniper rifle. You know, like these weapons are definitely more unique, and I like that. And I like the alternate fire modes for like the heat wave and the Ravager. I think that's cool. But yeah, it's a fun weapon. It's all right, but I do think it needs to be tweaked still. The heat wave.
Yeah. Okay. The only other weapon left is the rocket launcher. Does anyone have any opinions on that? I mean, to me, it just felt like the rocket launcher. It functioned how I expected it to.
I didn't even pick it up that much, honestly. I think I got like a kill with it, and then that was it.
Dude, on
It felt a little
Bazaar.
bit-
Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh no, sorry, you going first.
I was just gonna say on Bazaar, if off the rip, the bots always ran under the rocket launcher, so you could just pick up the rockets, and I got like multiple like triple or overkills just on the bots at the start of the game.
Nice.
So that was
Yeah, I didn't really play Bazaar like legit much. I was too busy like shooting chickens and like fucking around and shit on that map. So
Looking at the fruit that looks bad.
the
Yeah.
fruit, yeah.
It was definitely weird. You could just like rocket your teammate, or like if your teammate was fighting someone close range, you could just shoot a rocket with no care in the world.
Yeah,
'Cause,
that's
yeah,
weird.
That was odd, but
I was just gonna say that it felt like I didn't play Halo 5, so maybe this was a thing back then, but it felt a lot faster, both in projectile and fire/reload speed. I don't know if that was
I
just.
think in Halo 5 the speed was pretty fast.
Because like I was comparing it directly to the Halo 3 and Halo Reach rockets. It felt like it got there a lot faster. But again, a lot of people in chat are saying that the actual explosion radius is smaller, so maybe that's a way of balancing it out.
There was actually times where I would shoot a rocket and I thought it was going to kill them, and it would just do damage. So, yeah, the radius definitely was a little smaller.
It was kind of bugged. I mean, there's
Yeah, it might have been.
some clips like of straight up like the rocket not doing any damage or not killing the person like when it
Yeah.
hit right at his feet. I know you saw my thing about like the spike grenade
Yeah,
on
yeah,
Twitter. Why does the spike grenade? Why is it so weak?
yeah. Dude, the
That
spike.
thing, you can stand right. Actually, it's weird. If you stand directly on the spike grenade, it doesn't kill you. But somebody told me in chat while I was streaming to crouch on it, and when you crouch on it, it kills you one hit.
Yeah, I saw that.
But-
That makes no
Good damage.
sense.
But the fact that you can stand on it and it doesn't kill you, like in Halo 3, you could be way above it. Like if you jumped off of a ledge and like that thing was on the ground below you, could be way above it and it would kill you in one hit if you were directly above it. Like, so why would you ever choose that over the plasma?
That's what I was gonna say. I don't get the point of the spike grenade in this game. It's just a shittier alternate grenade. Like,
Yeah.
you can either just use a frag, which is like basically what it does, other than it has like the sticky capability, or you could just use the plasma, which actually like, kills things. You know?
People are saying the spikes home in on enemies after they but like how much
Oh.
damage do they do? Like I wasn't getting killed by those. I didn't experience that at all, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it definitely should kill you in one hit if you're right on it. Like,
I definitely I agree there because it's a pickup grenade. It definitely should kill in one hit.
yeah.
I felt like okay, so there was how Halo 5 had 3 grenades, right? Frags, plasmas, and then those weird like the splat. I don't remember what they were called, but the Promethean nades that if you walked through them, you just disintegrated.
Splinter. They were splinter grenades in Halo 5. Yeah.
Okay, while I hated those grenades, all of those grenades felt different and they had a purpose. In this game, I feel like I have a frag grenade and 2 of the same grenade, and one of them's just a shittier version of the other one. And so, like, I understand in Halo 3, spike grenades were kind of the same thing, but like, it feels like they tried so hard to make all the weapons have different purposes in this game, and then 2 of the nades are just the same thing, you know?
But they do have the shock nade coming, so
true.
See how that goes.
But okay, besides that, how did you guys feel about the grenades? I felt like when I was playing PvP, dude, people spam nades, man. I don't know if the radius is too big or if there's just too many nades on the maps, but like I was just like, you were just getting nades upon nades just chucked at you.
Yeah.
Even the higher level bots fucking nade spammed.
Did you just see that bot?
It like threw something off the map.
He threw the drop shield off. What? I mean, even he knows it's useless.
He just chucked it off the map.
That's awesome.
I like that he like specifically turns away from you to do it as well.
Oh shit! I gotta get rid of this. What's this doing in my inventory?
This is just slowing me down.
That was good. Shit. Okay, I think that kind of wraps up weapons. Do you guys have any other final thoughts?
I mean, I'll go last if anyone has something to say about weapons, because this is not about weapons.
I said this before, like overall, I felt like there was a bunch of weapons missing, and that does make sense because this is the 7th mainline Halo game, so of course there's going to be a lot of weapons missing from all the previous ones.
Yeah.
But I just feel like there could be some more, and there are going to be more. Like that Stalker rifle, like I wonder what that's going to be all about. It looks like similar to the needle rifle. I don't know if that's a precision weapon.
We didn't talk about the Needler. How do you guys feel about the Needler?
Oh, I don't like it being that powerful.
Dude, it's so strong. The Needler is cracked.
I don't know what they're thinking with that. No, I mean that's a power weapon. That's not.
It is. It is.
Like, I think it might even be. I don't know. It's probably not better than the Halo 4 Needler was really powerful. It's either on par with that or better. I don't think it should be that dominant at all.
I think the only weapon I found, the only normal weapon I found that could beat me with it is a commando. Everything else I could outpace. But to be fair, like, well, the tracking I felt was very strong. I felt like I was almost always using pretty much the entire magazine.
It did take most of it.
I don't know how I feel about that. I enjoyed using it, but that's because the bots rarely used it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a little strong. I guess So some of the stuff, it's so hard for me to like give my opinion on weapon balance, because when you're shooting at things that basically don't like fight back, it's like, is this actually powerful, or is it just because like they never kill me? You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that a lot of my balance concerns, I feel like I almost don't want them to touch anything. I want them to flight it again the same shit, and so we can play PvP. Would be kind of.
No, I bet they're going to be like, oh, people really like the sidekick. Let's fucking nerf that into the ground.
I saw some people saying they should like buff the sidekick because they didn't think it did enough, and I don't feel that. I think the sidekick
it's the perfect sidearm.
Yeah,
it does what it's meant to be.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's weapons, nades. You want to talk about the maps a little bit?
Oh, one thing I just wanted to say before, it's not on the list anywhere, but did any of you ever use the weird, like, pulse view Promethean vision thing?
Oh, I forget, the fucking, like, you clicked X or whatever, and it would ping all the weapon pickups. Yeah, I just forgot that was in the game.
What a weird thing. I don't think we were ever told about it either. I just accidentally did it. It's the same way I
So-
found out you could like throw weapons.
Oh yeah, throwing weapons actually. I think that's a cool feature. I like that.
Yeah, I love that.
But yeah,
Yeah.
that the fucking ping feature, or not ping, the like the map. I don't even know what to call it.
Scan thing.
The scan feature seems fucking. I mean, whatever.
'Cause
It doesn't seem very useful.
It
Does
only does
so-
friendly stuff, right?
It'll ping the weapon pads behind walls and stuff.
like every weapon pad for grenades, weapons, it pings it, like it shows it all through the wall, but no, like it doesn't show you what the weapon is, right?
No, I
Or
think
when
it
it's
just shows
spawned?
shows you there's a pad there.
Okay.
So if you know the map, it's pointless.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I mean, I think I don't like that you don't have to learn the map. I mean, you just
Yeah.
go in and like that just it takes away that skill from learning the map. It's just like you use that. And that's another thing. I don't like everything being on a weapon pad with a waypoint above it and a timer. I don't like all that.
I don't mind that for like the main power weapon, like the sniper or rockets or whatever, but
Hmm.
I felt like when I got close to picking up like a BR, I did not need a UI element to tell me that.
so you know how like the weapon pads, if you stare at them now, all of them have that little progress bar.
Uh-huh.
I think that it's too much info. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, how often in my life did I track BR spawns? Probably never. But like, at the same time, do I need the game telling me exactly when the BR is coming up? Probably not.
I mean, I think that is kind of nice to know for like the BRs and stuff because it's like you don't want to walk away and it's about to spawn in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. But
And like, yeah, but with the power weapons, I definitely don't want it showing me that. Like, I think leave that up to the player to track it themselves.
At least with the BR and the commando and stuff, you basically have to walk up to it and stare at it to see where it's at. But yeah, with the regular weapon, with the power up weapon pads, it has the timer on it too, where you can go. There's a bar you can go look at, but it'll also tell you like 10 seconds to sniper or whatever, and you can like see
Yeah,
that through
it
the
calls
wall.
it out. It shows the time and has a waypoint. I don't like that.
But I wonder
So-
if some of that shit's turned off in comp. It could be.
It might
It
be.
might be.
Yeah, it
But like
definitely
even in
might be.
social, I find it kind of annoying.
I don't. Okay, here's my thing. I don't care. I think in social, like, if they want to make it easier for new players to know when power weapons are coming up and when power ups are coming up, and they want them to learn where they are, I don't think that's a bad thing. I agree. There's like a level of skill to it, but that's why if it's turned off in comp, I don't think it's an issue. Like,
There's
I think
definitely, there's
one of
definitely things
the
I'm okay with in social. If it's
one
not
of the
in comp.
hardest things I think for new Halo players is to A, learn when all the where all the weapons are on a map, and B, learn when the fuck they're coming up. Like, or even if they know vaguely like it's a 3 or 2 minute timer, like to actually get the hang of realizing like, sure, it's a static timer based on when it's picked up, but like roughly every game it's this time, it's this time, it's this time, right? So like they can get the feel of like, hey, I know when I'm playing social, like around this time on the game, I usually need to be in this area of the map if I want this power up. Like they can take that knowledge and they won't just get like completely blasted by like experienced players.
Yeah, like a lot of new players, they just go in and they're looking for shit to shoot at while they're going up against these players, time and power weapons and power ups, and the new player just gets dominated. So,
I don't know. Sempra like died.
nah, it happens.
No, I'm here.
Oh, he hasn't been talking.
I didn't play the flight, so I can't really mention much on particular weapons and crap.
That's a fair point. Sempra got cucked by 343 Industries.
Yeah,
It's true.
You
Sempra,
didn't
just
play
get
on the
an
console?
Xbox.
I thought you
Do
did.
you guys
Get
not
an
have
Xbox.
Xboxes?
Do you guys not have phones? You could have played on xCloud.
You could have downloaded the app, Sempra. You could have really gone the extra
I'm
mile.
sure it would have ran smoothly on my phone.
It would have been at like 2
I was just gonna say one more
FPS.
thing about probably. I was just gonna say one more thing about like the weapon spawns. I can't remember if it's 30 seconds or a minute, but they tell you about the power weapons so far in advance.
They do.
Way
Yeah, I
too
don't-
far in
it's
advance.
Nothing like that in competitive, and it's like the
Sniper up in
traditional way.
10 minutes.
Please migrate to the sniper spawn immediately.
it's specifically instructing you to the left, sniper to the left, 5 minutes, turn around,
In 100
It's like
yards.
it's like
turn
a
right.
100
GPS.
yards, turn left. Approaching snipe in 2 minutes.
Arrived at destination.
Make a U-turn. Make a U-turn.
Recalculating.
Okay. Do we want to talk about maps now?
Yes.
All
Can I
right.
open up with live fire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude. Okay, so this game's been in development for what? Like 4 years, at least in pre-development for about 6. What the fuck were they doing releasing live fire first? It is the most bland map in all of Halo. Like, I might just be exaggerating because it's fresh to me, but I have never had a less interested time playing Halo than looking at that, like, slightly grey, slightly green map with blank walls and just having bots running to the same spot over and over again. It was fucking terrible. But then as soon as they introduced the others, I was into it.
Yeah, like everything you just said, I tried looking past that, and you just unloaded everything right now. Yeah, pretty much. I thought it played all right, and in my opinion, all these would probably be meh maps, in my opinion. And it worries me that these are the maps that they showed. Like, shouldn't these be? I mean, these are the maps you're showing off first, and I'd feel like some of these which should have been like some of their best maps, but I wasn't that impressed by any of them. And we know that they are going to have some maps with vehicles on them for 4v4, so that's going to be a couple more maps. And how many like really good competitive, possibly symmetrical maps are we actually going to get? You know?
That is my worry. My worry is exactly what you're saying. How many maps are we actually going to get? This is 3 of them. And live fire, in my opinion, is just a bad map. So I enjoy Recharge and Bazaar. I think they're fine Halo maps. I think Bazaar actually has a lot of promise for being a comp map. I think it'll be pretty fun. Recharge to me seems like it's gonna fit more into like the social type area. Maybe it'd be an okay like Slayer ranked map, but like it seems like the layout of it might be a little funky for objective unless you're playing like a strongholds or an oddball maybe. But Bazaar could be really fun for like a strongholds, an oddball, a CTF. Like I think there's
King of the Hill, anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that could work pretty well on Bazaar, and I like. It's not the most unique Halo aesthetic in the world. Like I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, Bazaar looks like a Modern Warfare 2 map or whatever." I think it's kind of cool. I mean, I don't mind the aesthetic of Bazaar. I think the aesthetic of Recharge is pretty cool for a Halo map to a certain degree. It's not like the coolest thing we've ever seen, but they're both leaps and bounds above fucking Live Fire, which was the opening map. Dude, okay, so here is Live Fire the worst map I've ever played? No. The layout seems competent. It's just boring and uninspired. It feels like the map you would play when someone's like, "Yo, we're making a new FPS game. Here is the map that we developed to test the FPS mechanics because it's a bland, safe, boring map, and that will allow us to test the game without like having too many opinions on the map design. It's FPS map the map." And so like, why would you lead your flight with like it probably won't be the worst map in
Exactly
Infinite.
those reasons.
I bet there'll be a worse map in Infinite, a map that tries something different that plays badly. But why would you lead your flight with the most bland, safe map that probably is going to exist in the map pool? Because those to a degree probably should exist in every game. Like they kind of fill out the middle of your map pool. That's fine. It's not a big deal. But it is worrisome when it's like, we picked 3 maps and one of them was this one. Like it's hard to say. I'm like, I don't know if it's the end of the world, right? We see the rest of the map pool. If it's fine, if we get better maps, then it doesn't even matter that Live Fire is more bland. But if we get more maps that feel like Live Fire, or we get or anything like that, like what if we get at launch, right? So we have 3 4v4 arena non-vehicle maps, right? What if we only get like 2 or 3 more? And then we get 1 or 2 4v4 maps with vehicles. What if the other maps aren't any good? And then Live Fire is like, what if we're playing season 1 of HCS and Live Fire is like a mainstay? Like I don't know.
That's possible. Like that's one of the main things I wanted with Infinite was solid maps. Like there was three things I want: good maps, good ranking system, and I wanted them to tone down the abilities from Halo 5. The ability thing they did, but I'm not so confident about these maps. Like,
Yeah.
it was not. And after playing this tech preview, then I'm really not. So
Yeah, and
People-
how many BTB maps do you think we're gonna get? I'll like completely
I think
hold
it's like
judgment
3
on
or
that.
4.
But yeah, like it with BTB being 12v12, I know in Halo 3 and stuff, like the BTB maps that you played 4v4 on usually ended up as a bad experience, but you could do it. But when you're stretching these maps out to 12v12, I feel like they're no longer going to be playable for 4v4, and so now you're almost going to need 2 different map sets for the game, and I just can't imagine at launch we're going to have enough maps to feel like we have enough arena comp maps, enough social 4v4 maps that have vehicles, and enough BTB maps. I feel like each of those maps, each of those sections is going to be really shallow, and so for that to work, like they have to all be strong if you want that to work. And currently we've seen 2 maps that I think are pretty decent. Like if I was going to give all of these maps a tier list based on our tiers, like Bazaar and Recharge would probably be between meh and A for me.
Yeah.
Like I need to play PvP on them. And then like Live Fire is probably just a bad map. Maybe it's meh, but like it's like overwhelmingly meh to the point where it's like a bad map, if that makes sense. Like there's nothing wrong with Live Fire, but it's just it's a map. But so I don't know, we'll see.
A map for 1v1s.
You think we'll get wait, what? Say that again?
I'm just saying that looks like the map where you'd 1v1.
Oh
somebody.
yeah, I agree. And
I feel like there's too many lanes for that though.
it's like a 3-lane
You can go
map.
through mid, you can go below mid, you can go right, you can go left, and all of those are really wide open, and they all have weird little offshoots on them. Honestly, I think it's just a fucking terrible map. And people in your chat were saying that it was a good thing they used that first because it was the safe map. It let you experience the sandbox without having to worry about any map craziness. But I think this is a problem with 343 at large. Now, I'm not, you get your Bungie fanboys, your 343 fanboys. I'm neither. I'm kind of removed from that. But the one problem 343 has, and they've had it for years, is that they don't have balls. And that's a gender-neutral term. They just don't have any courage to do anything that won't piss people off. They're like, oh, what's that? People don't like sprint in our game? We're going to make it a 9% speed increase and add a slide that people hopefully use.
I mean, can you blame them? They're scared to fuck up a 3rd or 4th time, whatever.
See, I think this is what happens when a company is on their last chance. And I'll be brutally honest. Hey,
and everyone is at their throats. And they can't do anything possibly to please people because no matter what, they just hate 343.
Yeah. Hey, so far I'm very positive about what we've seen from Halo Infinite, but Halo Infinite seems like the type of game that you get when you have a studio over the fire, and you're basically like, if this game isn't a banger, you guys are done. Like a lot of the community hates the company. I have to imagine Microsoft to some degree probably has there has to be some animosity there, as they've taken like the fucking biggest franchise in the world and turned it into an also rant. And so like there's that level of pressure that when you put that on a company, it's detrimental. And I think that's what we see in a lot of the decision making. And obviously we're not there. We don't know why, but it does seem like the safe choice is sometimes what they go for over what maybe could have been a cooler choice if they would have tried to do something.
Yeah, they're not going to be trying to make something bold and new, like kind of a leap Bungie did with Reach,
Yeah, which if looking back at Reach is a fucking dude. They took a game that people loved and they fucking messed with it to hell and back, and it had mixed opinion, but they didn't care. They even cared to the degree that they fucked over an entire competitive scene because they just didn't care about the settings they were giving the competitive scene. And that's not good. 343 is much better about actually being competent with competitive play, but Bungie did what they wanted, and they basically told you, like, this is the game we're making. We think this is fun. If you guys don't like it, that sucks, but, like, this is our vision. Whereas at times it definitely seems like 343 takes, and actually this is something where, like, I feel 343 flights too many things. I think they look for feedback too often, and I think it's detrimental because, like, in MCC, they flight fucking everything, man. They flighted a custom browser. They flighted, like, a map that was bad. they flight the most minimal changes when I feel like any other game company just puts it into the game. You just put it into the game.
Their QA.
I mean,
they don't have that over there.
We're the QA for a company with, like, a huge budget.
Yeah,
though.
but for MTC, there's like 5 people.
True,
you can have
true.
How many people are working on it?
But like, if you're the developer of a game that was probably like the worst launch of all time, then I see why they're taking caution.
Yeah, it makes sense. But I just wish they would commit to something, because this is something I have. Also, before I go on, I should clarify. A lot of people in the chat were saying that, like, they don't agree with what I was saying about 343 not taking risks. In 4 and 5, they did. And I cannot deny that. They absolutely did. But since then, with the way they've been... Oh, no, sorry, if you got...
I was like, to correct people that misunderstand us, we're not saying that 343 in general never make risks. We're saying for Infinite, right now they're playing it more safe because of the current situation.
Yeah, and...
They've clearly they took risks in the past and they didn't work, which... I mean, more power to them. They tried something with Halo 5. Like, I can't fault someone for trying something. It didn't...
Not at all.
I liked Halo 5, but obviously, like, objectively, Halo 5 didn't go as well as it could have because Halo hasn't been popular in a long time. But, like, they took Halo and they tried to combine modern movement and stuff like that into, like, a quote unquote like a arena style game, and it kind of, I don't know, played out differently. But yeah, so they've taken chances in the past, and Halo 4, for whatever you want to say about it, I mean, they tried to casualize Halo as much as possible to make it have more of a wider appeal. We saw the detriments of that, but they definitely tried things, right? But Infinite...
Can I say, I was thinking about this earlier, like, every one of 343's Halo games are just completely different.
Yeah.
Halo 2 and 3 were like this smooth, natural evolution, and then 4, 5, and Infinite are like all their own thing.
They're all over the place because I feel like it's... Well, first of all, let's be honest, it's because all of their head developer or like lead developers leave all the time. You're not going to have a consistent vision when your company is constantly in flux like that. And so did the company deserve to be in flux after some of their decisions? Maybe, but you're going to lose coherent, like, vision of a franchise when you constantly have the decision makers leaving. So
Majora just said something in chat which is so true. When they get criticism, they overcorrect. And that is why for the last fucking how knows long, at least 2 years for me, I don't know how long it's been going past that, in the MCC, we've been getting Rocket Race, Griffball, and Shotty Snipes. And it took them, when did the MCC come out? In like 2014 initially?
Yeah.
It took them 7 years to implement a custom browser. 7 years for one of Halo's biggest things. And even then it didn't work because they kept fucking changing things and they would just refused to flight it earlier. It's absolutely insane to me. But yeah, Halo 4 and 5, they took risks and I can appreciate that. But Halo Infinite, it feels like they're playing it safe and trying to appeal to everyone, which I understand. But at the same time, I feel like they're going to alienate more people doing that.
Smoke, I don't know what the fuck you're going on about, but if you think that Halo 1, 2, and 3 are as different as Halo 4, 5, and Infinite are, you have no idea what you're talking about. All right, I just have to say that. He's trying to say 1, 2, and 3 were as different as 4, 5, and Infinite. Are you kidding me?
Say 1 and 2 had
1 and 2 there's a big jump, but 2 and 3
and 3 were very close.
I mean,
3 and Reach were pretty close as well.
Well,
the custom browser. Hold on. The custom browser was promised when NCC was announced. Am I wrong? When it was originally announced, wasn't that a feature it was supposed to have?
They promised many things. They promised being able to play the game.
Yes, but I feel wasn't that part of the pitch was there was going to be a custom browser, or am I wrong? Because someone's asking, is that just a PC thing when they started bringing it up?
I mean,
have
even
no-
then, like, custom games were, I was about
Yes.
to say a thing on console. They were exclusively on console. Like,
Yeah.
PC, Halo 3, and Reach didn't exist. And
Yeah,
yet those are the two games where customs were at their biggest.
Yeah.
And that was on the Xbox. So why didn't it launch or at least come with that later? Oh,
Well, I
It's-
think
it-
part of the problem too is that's what happens when you ship a game that's so ungodly broken. You have to spend. Well, they didn't spend 4 years fixing it. They spent multiple years developing Halo 5, and then they went back because Halo
Guided
5
that,
flopped. But which person?
Jay Stebbins.
For some reason, you've been
Yeah.
plaguing my YouTube. What's
You gotta
up,
explain
man?
to him what's up, man. What are you doing? Fucking up his recommended.
Dude, the algorithm is doing wonders.
He wants to know what this is about.
Okay, custom games browser got mentioned before the PC MCC announcement. Okay, there you go. So, but yeah, I mean that's for better or for worse. That's your new features are going to get shelved when you have to fix the game, but that's not an excuse. That's more of a like the game was so ungodly. MCC might legitimately be the worst AAA launch ever. Like other AAA launches have been bad, but MCC has to be the worst, right? It just didn't work. You couldn't play it. At least
I
other ones
remember-
are bug filled, but like you could still play them.
this is something I have with the Halo community at large. We will accept fucking anything.
Yes.
If say the next Call of Duty just ran an open beta right now, and it was in the state that Infinite's beta was in, where you can't fucking join a game half the time, half your team ends up losing, you get like 5-minute loading screens for no reason, the customization can only be done via a mobile app, people would boycott the game without question. But we're sitting here looking at all the positive sides instead.
Oh yeah,
I-
the Halo community definitely puts up with more than other communities would with their games for sure.
Yeah. And
But
like,
I think that's just the
course
point
I
we're
get it.
at. It's like you got to lower your expectations. I mean, if you want to
yeah.
continue playing Halo and just I don't know.
I like to look at Halo, and then sometimes I remember that Respawn dropped a brand new battle royale that basically hadn't even been leaked. They released the fucking game and it was a banger. Meanwhile, we're like 4 months out from launch, and I'm staring at dots for fucking 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a disaster. And at this point, thinking that this game was going to launch last year, I mean, that's just comical. Like,
Yeah, there was no way.
what were they? What were they going to launch?
Yeah.
I mean, 2018
was it?
wasn't even the original release date, was it? It was before that.
well,
I'm pretty sure.
I think originally wasn't. It was slotted to come out like 4 years after 5, right? But then they had to redo the whole story because the Halo 5s didn't hit very well, which is another thing.
Are you telling me you guys didn't read the 12 books? Come on.
I feel like if
You
you
guys
have
already
if
know
you
full
have a
War
I understand rewriting your whole story, but if you have a vision, I think you see it through. But whatever.
Did they have a vision though?
I don't know. I'm not a huge Halo lore person, so whatever.
You
Just
didn't read the books. I
give me
know.
the fucking multiplayer, man. But
Even the campaigns. Like I was talking about the multiplayer earlier, but even the campaigns are all going to be something different, really.
yeah, and that's something that like well, we haven't. I don't fucking know. We haven't seen anything from the campaign, so it's hard to really give my opinion on it. But this flight's obviously purely multiplayer. But
Hey, the repeat guys said something that could have potentially worked if they released the campaign first and then
yeah,
remember
multiplayer coming
GTA
soon.
5 did that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I-
granted, the multiplayer was still jank in the first week. I remember playing it day one, but like,
the original GTA multiplayer was so bare bones, man, because it didn't have heists or anything. It was just like
Yeah.
you ran around and you did those like quests. It was actually
I
really
remember
not
playing Day
good.
one, it was definitely not any smooth like it is today.
And you know what? Okay, this is completely off topic, but Grand Theft Auto 4 had a multiplayer, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good right off the bat.
I like
GTA 4? I
Yeah.
remember that. I played that
Yeah.
multiplayer. I
Yeah.
enjoyed that back in the day.
I liked
It
it.
was good.
It was pretty fun.
It was.
All right, let's wrap up. Do we have any final thoughts on maps? And then there were a few more topics I wanted to hit on. Otherwise, I think
How much Forge maps do you think are going to be mixed in the
Yes,
pool?
actually, that's something that
I
someone
meant to-
said
yeah.
when I was
Yeah, I was
when we
gonna
were
say.
talking about the
Or
map
you think it's
pool.
gonna reach
Yeah,
case,
Lost
or-
ODST mentioned that.
Said that's where
And-
Forge maps come in. That was the last thing I wanted to see from Infinite, but I think it's what we're gonna see. I love Forge. I think it's a great tool. I did not want to see Forge implemented as a mainstay in matchmaking or competitive play. I wanted Forge to be a tool for map makers to make custom maps and to do fun things. I wanted developer-made maps to be the mainstay of multiplayer, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. I think we might end up with a Halo 5 where half the map pool in matchmaking is Forge maps, and we have entire playlists. Yeah.
Yeah,
90% of them are.
Like, but what if the Forge and Infinite is just
That's true.
crap?
What if
It's
what if
like-
it's good and it's basically real maps at that point?
like, yeah, I mean Halo. I don't hate Forge maps as much as you do. I don't want them to be an excuse for like not giving us good developer made maps.
Mhm.
But like Halo 5's Forge is insane, and there's
It
some
is,
maps
it
that I
is.
see like I want to play on that. Like that's a cool map. Put that in matchmaking. But yeah, I wouldn't mind some good Forge maps in Infinite if it even launches with Forge.
That's
What if they
another
turned
question.
around and
Is it
said-
gonna?
Probably.
Feel like it has to.
Yeah.
I
Like
mean, I feel like it has to too. They also like they they're using a different company to make Forge, so like I feel like it has
Are
to
they?
come with the
Oh.
game, right?
Yeah. If
what
they're
if it's
doing
the
that,
same
then I'm
same
hoping
tools they have?
they don't want to
to
end up
create
like
maps?
H5 again, where Forge comes out months later as
Yeah.
DLC.
I've been saying for years I want Forge to basically just be a map creator. Like I get
Like
the
the Far Cry
coolness of
series?
yeah, I get how there's like a coolness to like it being simplified and kind of being like a fun thing you mess around with, but like I think we're at the point this far into Halo's franchise where fuck the accessibility, just give the community a map creator and let them go crazy.
Yeah. I mean, the excessive. I did hate how Halo 5 Forge felt because it wasn't like as
Yeah, but
intuitive
how much
as
were
Halo
you
was.
gonna Forge?
But I wasn't bitching about it. No,
Yeah.
I'm glad. I'm not gonna bitch that it's too hard for me to navigate. Nah, they gave us some insane tools to create
Yeah.
really good maps, so I
Oh,
ain't gonna complain.
Lethal going off.
Some people say there needs to
Woohoo.
be 2 different modes.
No,
for
I think
Forge.
that's a
They-
waste
like,
of
yeah,
fucking dev
no,
time,
it
man.
doesn't. It
Make
doesn't.
one, make it as strong as possible. Maybe include like some type of tutorial to teach people, but like I don't want to see dev time wasted just to make a casualized version of a cool game mode. There will always be ways to learn how to use it if you want to do it. I don't think Forge needs to the whole allure to like casual Forge to me back in the day was just like sitting in a lobby and fucking around with your friends. I don't know if that's something you need. Like, I think Forge can purely be a map creator, and you could make sick maps to play with your friends. Like, I don't think it needs to be a game mode where you go around and you like throw tanks at people.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
like-
started off as a map like editor, like
Yeah, it was
and
just a like web
like a
like
map creator.
yeah.
You know,
Whatever position Forge had as like the thing you can just fuck around with your friends in multiplayer, that should be what custom games are. And if the
Yes.
Forge creator is good enough, custom games will naturally just come about that way.
Yeah, true.
Um,
Okay, so
last thing about the maps, though, what'd you guys think of like how you can interact with like certain elements of the environment, and there was a little bit of destructibility there, certain things.
Oh, I didn't
I
actually
like
notice that.
I think that's cool.
Like, yeah, there's plenty of tables, barrels. And
Yeah.
stuff. I like that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I know it's small, it's the little things, but that stuff matters. Like, I mean, I think that stuff's cool. There's like keypads you could destroy. I like
Mhm.
that stuff. I think Halo
Yeah.
4 and 5 were missing that a lot, and I think you're gonna see some unique things with that. I think people are gonna like kick barrels off of ledges, grapple the barrel. I think
Yeah.
you're gonna see all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah,
So-
I
You
think
can
you will
probably
see
make
some
some
cool
fun,
stuff.
like invasion modes with that. You can probably like barricade stuff and all
Mhm.
sorts of things.
Yeah, you'll be able
Yeah,
to
for
do
sure.
cool stuff with it for sure. Okay, so that kind of wraps up maps. I think just to kind of loop it back around because I feel like we went off on some tangents. I feel like we all thought Live Fire was pretty meh, bland and safe. The other two maps are decent, and we have some concerns what this could mean for the rest of the map pool since this is what they chose to show us. Does that kind of sum it up pretty well?
Yeah.
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 All right. Good. All right, next let's move, and this might not be a big topic because I don't think any of us really played with both input methods, but how did you feel about the mouse and keyboard versus controller in Infinite so far?
I exclusively played mouse and keyboard, and I was happy with pretty much everything other than the sniper, but I think that was just a problem with the sniper in itself. That's really all I have to say. Also, Arrrash, I just saw you fall off the map. Well,
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
I
Hit
fell
that
right off.
climber.
Guys, where would you put Arrrash gameplay on the tier list?
Hey, I
This is
went
going in a
at
hard
the end
bad.
of this game. I think I went like 17-6 or something because it was like the first PvP match I played. So take that.
Could have been 17-5 if you'd made
but-
that jump.
So yeah, I can talk. I mostly played mouse and keyboard. I thought it felt okay, but at the same time, I didn't like it. But here's the thing: if you play a lot of PC games on mouse and keyboard, the one thing that fucks mouse and keyboard is when you don't have proper, consistent frame rates. And this build didn't run very well, so I'm hesitant to complain about mouse and keyboard until I have a build that actually runs at a proper frame rate. That's kind of where I am with mouse and keyboard. Other than that, I felt at times it was hard to like consistently like 7 or 8 shot someone with a sidekick, but again, I was playing on like 70 to 80 FPS, which isn't what I want to be playing at, so maybe it's less of a problem. So I don't know. I'm interested to see where it goes. Hopefully I can get more of an opinion and more feel for that in the next flight. How did you feel about controller, BHB?
Well, yeah, I guess you already know I didn't play mouse and keyboard.
Yeah.
I picked up the mouse, wiggled the screen for a second, and that was about it. For a controller, I think my initial impressions, like as soon as I got into a game, something felt off with the aiming. Obviously, something felt really off with the sniper aiming, and I don't know what was going on there. But like overall, there, I can't explain it, but something was odd about the aiming, and I guess I got used to it. I definitely got used to whatever that was. You mentioned like the sidekick being maybe a little difficult to consistently hit shots with mouse and keyboard, but it didn't have a lot of aim assist on that, so that was even kind of a challenge at like a medium range with even on controller, because there was not a lot of aim assist on that at all. But overall, after playing a couple games, I felt it. The aiming didn't feel too bad. I got used to it, but I do think it needs to be tweaked a little bit.
All right.
What do you guys think of Frosty's hot take?
Oh, that's the next topic, Sempra. Why don't we get into
Okay.
it? All right.
Okay, just explain.
All right, next we're going to talk about basically HCS esports because they put out the blog post and they confirmed that HCS is actually going to allow all input methods. You'll be able to play on controller or mouse and keyboard, with the weird caveat that if you come through open bracket, you have to play on a fucking Xbox, but then if you make pro bracket, you can play on a PC.
Not worthy of a PC.
Not worthy of a PC. The second caveat is despite the fact that competitive tournaments at the highest level for big prize pools are cross-input, matchmaking is still forced input-based matchmaking. So does anyone want to open up, or do you want me to? Because I can explain Frosty's take if you want me to explain that first.
We should rate his hot take on the tier list.
All right.
I'll let you explain it, but I did want to say real quick, like you said, just go explain it, and then I'll touch
Okay,
it.
so Frosty, I'm sure everyone knows who Frosty is. He's probably one of the best Halo 5 players, probably one of the best Halo players at the moment. He came out with a tweet saying he was disappointed at how little 343 cares about competitive Halo, that they would allow mouse and keyboard and controller to play in the same tournaments. He thinks it completely ruins competitive integrity, and it's basically terrible for the esport, was his take. And then in the comments, he goes off anyways about how controller is way stronger than mouse and keyboard anyways. So I don't even get his concern if he thinks it's better. But yeah, so here's my thing. If you
he also made the point that like they're limiting input, or they're matching up. What's it called? Yeah, they're limited and based on input for the ranked matchmaking in Halo Infinite. So mouse and keyboard can't play with controller for ranked and Infinite. And like you said, like he was using that as an example, it seemed, to say, well, then they should do that for the
tournaments as well. But like what you said, if anything, it should be the other way around. I don't think
Yeah.
they should limit it for either.
So
You know?
here's
it doesn't make sense that they limit in the matchmaking.
yeah.
And they shouldn't.
So
They definitely shouldn't.
here's my esport take. I'm not a pro Halo player. There is one esport that restricts people to controllers, and it's Call of Duty. Halo is not Call of Duty, and it hasn't been Call of Duty for fucking a decade. We don't have the popularity, and Halo esports is a pathetic scene. You turn on a Halo 5 tournament, it has like 2,000 viewers. So if we wanted to restrict to controllers only, you are alienated the entire mouse and keyboard player base, because not only are mouse and keyboard players not going to bother playing Infinite if they can't ever have the aspirations of being a pro, mouse and keyboard players aren't going to care as much about the esport if they know it doesn't even relate to them in the slightest. So
just in today's world, just PC gaming is larger than ever, and like when it comes to FPS shooters,
this is
like, the top ones are freaking mouse and keyboard games. Like, who the hell is gonna be excited about a new game? It's like, oh, it's controller competitive only, so like get shit on unless you're a Halo boomer. Just you're not gonna have a easy time getting into it.
Yeah. This is a free-to-play game on PC. It needs to make mouse and keyboard players feel like they're not second citizens. And so allowing them to play in tournaments is a big deal for that. It all comes down to balance. I'm not saying that mouse and keyboard should dominate the scene. I really don't think it will. I think controllers and the way Halo plays will always favor controller, or at least at the very least, I think controllers will be competitive. We've seen controllers be plenty competitive in other esports that allow cross input. If you look at Apex, plenty of teams run with controller players. Fortnite has had entire tournaments dominated by controller players. Warzone, which I understand isn't necessarily like the same, because it's like a little bit weird because their tournaments don't have like proper tournaments, but a lot of the top Warzone players are controller players and not mouse and keyboard players.
To be fair, in all those, you do have people complaining about controllers. So
You do, but here's the thing:
complaining is still there. So.
they're complaining they're too good, right?
Yeah.
Why is that an issue, right? I want it to be balanced, but like Frosty's take is that mouse and keyboard ruins competitive integrity. If anything, it gives him easier people to shit on.
What is the scenario where like, oh, mouse and keyboard? Oh yeah, do we just like these guys are just too different, man. We just can't have it. It's just not my Halo.
He feels controllers dominant. Like,
he replied in tweets to people saying in Halo he feels Halo will always be a controller dominated esport, but then he still thinks that mouse and keyboard shouldn't be allowed. That's what I don't understand. If you want to tell me, if he would have came out and said he thought mouse and keyboard was too overpowered,
half of mouse and keyboard players, is that what it is though? Like
what? Say that again.
Is he advocating on behalf of like mouse and keyboard players?
Yeah,
is that what it is? Because if he thinks the controllers dominant,
just let the controllers dominate then. I think, assuming like nothing changes, give Infinite a few years, we'll see mouse and keyboard players in the pro scene. Will they be the best players? Fuck if I know. But I think we'll see some unless something changes, and that's a cool thing to see, because you might finally see some new names in Halo that haven't been playing Halo competitive since Halo 3.
in the esports.
Yeah. And
he could be saying it is a PC title and controllers shouldn't be dominating on PC. I don't know if that's his take.
No, his take is people shouldn't be able to compete on mouse and keyboard.
Oh,
that is his take. His take straight up.
I thought he was saying like they should be like different leagues or something. I don't know.
He wants them in their own tournaments, but he wants HCS to be controller. If HCS is controller, that's telling mouse and keyboard players you don't matter, because then it's all small grassroots shit. So
yeah.
Halo doesn't. I don't think any game should be. I don't even think Call of Duty should be restricting to controller only. I think it's dumb that they do. But Halo is not in the position to fucking alienate an entire input method that is going to possibly be huge for the game and for the esport. We don't have the. I don't want fucking Halo 5's esport again. The original Halo 5 tournaments had fucking atrocious viewership unless Optic was playing. Like, I don't want the next 10 years of Halo esport to be this super niche thing that nobody gives a fuck about. Like, if you care about Halo esports, you should want mouse and keyboard. It doesn't even, even if it worked exactly like MCC today, where most mouse and keyboard players will tell you mouse and keyboard isn't like as competitively viable, that is 1,000,000,000% better than not allowing those players to play at all. And balance can always be tweaked. If mouse and keyboard is too strong, you fucking up the aim assist or whatever you need to do. Like, you can always tweak that balance. But if you just tell mouse and keyboard players they can never compete, competitive mouse and keyboard players aren't going to touch the game, because why would they? They can't do anything other than play matchmaking. So
Yeah, and I think most people probably would agree they should be able to compete together. So I don't think
You know
most
what's the
people
stupid
think they
part
should
is that
separate it.
like people like Frosty and others that agree with him, if mouse and keyboard was allowed and there's like all of a sudden a large proportion of new mouse and keyboard players who are pretty good, like those old controller players will probably like start complaining and bullshit out their ass like why this needs to be like split again because
yeah.
I don't know, just Halo boomer mentality.
Yeah, I don't know. To wrap it all the way back around, if HCS is going to allow cross input, there's no reason ranked shouldn't. I think that's really weird. At the very least, it should be, instead of being forced input based matchmaking, my voice is cracking, it should be like opt in, opt out. If you want to opt out of playing against mouse and keyboard players, or you want to opt out of playing controller players, be my guest. But it shouldn't be forced to everyone. That's my opinion on it.
And I think a lot of people interpreted that HCS tweet where they said they're going to mouse and keyboard will be able to compete against controller. I think people interpreted that as them opening up rank.
If they didn't confirm, if that is the case and they're opening up rank, then 343 has made a good decision.
Yeah, but that definitely did not confirm. That tweet did not confirm that. So, I mean, they could still be limiting it or doing input-based matchmaking for ranked infinite.
The original blog said it was forced input-based matchmaking. They have not reconfirmed or re-denied that statement. This is purely going off of the old blog post that's a few months old. Squeeze, no, Halo is not controller only. They've confirmed it is both. So, okay. So, does anyone have any other thoughts on that topic?
I do
Just
not.
feel like my boys with the joysticks are getting really underrepresented.
I have one final point. I might have touched on it. I think the saddest part about all this is Frosty is a very popular and very respected Halo pro. And when you have someone in that position that is basically shitting on an entire input base, an entire input method, his fans and his followers are now all going to parrot the same stupid ass opinion. And that's what makes me sad. Where he could be like a champion for making Halo esports a bigger thing, and instead he's more concerned about his games and what he feels competitive and what allows him to win the best, because he dominated in a controller based esport, and he probably would like to keep it that way, I would assume. But
Yeah.
so that's my biggest issue with all this, is like this isn't random people complaining that controllers and mouse and keyboards shouldn't play together. It's one of the biggest pros coming out and actively like attacking an entire, like possibly a huge portion of Halo Infinite's player base right off the gate, and basically like saying they shouldn't be allowed to compete. And I think that's sad. That, geez, Lethal, thank you for all the subs, man. But and it's like, especially when you see someone like Snipedown, who has left Halo to go play Apex in a game that allows cross input, and like you can see, like, sure, there are people that complain about controller, and you always see that, but like you can see the benefits to it.
Yeah, like imagine if Apex Legends did that. Like, sorry, you can only compete with mouse and keyboard, and then Snipedown's whole like resurgence as like, I guess, like competitive gamer and his career on Twitch would have never blown up if he could never have the opportunity on Apex, and he would have been stuck showing who knows what freaking MCC with his like 100 viewers or so, and now he's got like thousands of viewers.
That man has had a pop off and has made a career out of going to Apex and being arguably one of the best controller players. Yeah. And so
a lot of Halo players, you know, they made a career leaving Halo.
Yeah, exactly. And so you can look at it the other way around. Maybe some Fortnite kid comes to Infinite and he's the best mouse and keyboard player in Infinite 2 years from now. That's like a cool thing to see. But if you don't allow those people to even try, you'll never see it. So Lethal, Jesus.
He's too generous.
You're fucking too much. Okay, we'll move on. Kind of kind of close it out. Basically, that was all the stuff that I had written down. I don't know if you guys have anything else.
No, I don't know me.
That's about it.
All right.
I can only hope that the next build, I know this one was a few months behind, but I just hope the next build has a little bit more meat to it.
Yeah.
That's all I can hope.
What do
for.
Yeah, I
you-
hope they-
What do you guys want to see from the next build? When do you think we should see a next build?
I'm gonna guess September, beginning of September.
Yeah, in like a month.
Yeah, that would be when I
Yeah.
guess we see it.
This one should be like maybe like a week-long PvP flight that will have more invites and probably have more like hype behind it going into like just a month or two away from the official release. So
Hopefully
Yeah, I think it
testing
should
out vehicles as well in some way.
Definitely be PvP.
I think it needs to be PvP focused, and I'd like to see a combination of arena and BTB. Even if it's the same arena maps, and then you just toss in a couple BTB maps or something like that, I think that would be good, or something, because BTB is supposed to be this big thing. I mean, they could hold it for release, but I feel like you just throw it out there and let people play it.
Yeah.
Jesus, lethal.
Yeah, lethal, my dude. You're going off too much. Do you guys care to see a forge flight? Is that something you want to see?
I don't know, maybe it's like
Personally,
a little side thing, but
none
not
of
as
us
a main
here
one.
are
Yeah,
forgers, so
we're probably
I understand
wrong.
people who do forge would really care for that, but I feel like that's a very niche group. I don't know what the size of Halo Forge community is these days because it's definitely not what it was back in the day. But
Popping off in the H2A community, let me tell you.
Here's my
board.
thing with a forge dedicated flight. I think the amount of people that actually care about that's pretty niche. But if they combo it, if it's like a forge / custom game flight, then it could be cool. But like, I also think that's something that really, I don't know if you need to flight it. Like, I think that could just come out when the game comes out. But
for sure,
Yeah, a flight that
Dude,
is
lethal.
exclusively Forge. I don't.
it's
I
not
don't
like
know about that.
MCC. This is a
Like they
new
can
game.
they can consider feedback for Forge after launch.
yeah.
that's kind of my thoughts on it. Granted, none of us are huge forgers, so just take that with a grain of salt. I think all of us are much more concerned about the actual core game itself over forge.
Turn about the firefight.
Oh, wait, I tell you what I really want for the next build. Now, I don't know if they actually included this in the previous one and it just wasn't implemented well, but 343, places outside of the US exist. And holy shit, we need some servers. It was so bad. It was so bad in the flight. Oh my god. I don't think I went a single game without anything, lower than 100 ping.
So even playing by yourself, it's still American servers?
Yeah, it would throw me in with American servers.
That's bad.
I guess that's where most of the population for flights were. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
That's true. I hope they send out a lot more flights next time around. Lino, that's a good point. I think Forge honestly could just be a stream. It could be a showcase from them.
Yeah.
And I think that covers the basis of what you need out of Forge. But okay, I guess my closing thoughts, just to kind of wrap it all together, is that I left the flight a lot more positive on Halo Infinite than I went in. However, there's still, I think, plenty of concerns, and it's just hard to know. We're playing a build that is flawed as fuck. How far has this build come? How far has the game come since this build? You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at. If this game came out today, Halo Infinite, it's chalked. This is dog shit.
Yeah.
But with the caveat that this is a technical test, I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt. We'll wait. We're gonna see how it comes out. But that's kind of my closing thoughts. I think the core gameplay is good. I think there's a lot of good in Halo Infinite, and I think we could end up with a really good game. And spooky.
yeah, I mean, he's not wrong.
Lethal, Jesus Christ, my dude. But
Oh my god, Leaf.
fucking A, man. All right. Do you think a multiplayer map could retroactively become better if they... Oh, for sure. I think that's always something that is... You can completely change the way a multiplayer map plays based on weapon spawns and equipment spawns, and even slight little adjustments to maps can completely change the way a map plays. So there's always the possibility I think live fire is always going to be bland because of the looks, but you can always improve upon a map even after it comes out, just purely off of weapon spawns. So
Does the chat have any questions?
yeah, do you guys have any other questions? You don't have
Before
to use
we
the little
close
point
out here?
thing. Yeah, you guys can just ask whatever you want, and we can just answer questions.
Just while we're waiting for that, good lord, I really hope that they improve the actual matchmaking servers, because regardless of my own ping and whatnot, everyone I watched would drop out of a game every so often.
And they were upfront with that. They told us that was going to happen. So I've given the benefit of the doubt. It's supposedly on their radar. I'll wait and see if it comes out and it's broken like this. That's terrible, and the game will die. But assuming
they took out Unfriggin' Believable?
Did they? Oh, fucking A. Why would they do that?
Yeah, but it's like Demon or something.
Oh,
And
you're right.
that's cool.
I've
That's
seen
pretty cool
Demon.
metal.
Yeah. Is that the 40 kill one?
Oh my
I think so.
god.
Dude, BHB just got a gifted stream. Let's
hell
go.
Yeah, let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
How did everyone feel about Mint Blitz's 40-0 Demon gameplay?
I thought that was funny as hell, in like an ironic way, because like the fact that he got people together, and even at the start, he was like, "We're just gonna ping him, right? Find him for you." It's like, "Yeah, we're just gonna find them, and then I wanna kill them all."
accent.
Yes, smoke there obviously were, but not as drastic as
No.
Halo 4 or 5 and Infinite. All right, this is not up for debate.
No.
Yeah, I don't
holy
think
shit.
anyone's gonna sound.
I
okay.
smoke. I can't even entertain that. It's just such a stupid idea. I can't. Entertain it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the different CE to 2 to 3 all have differences, but man, the differences from CE to 2 to 3 are minuscule when you look at 4 to 5, which are two completely different, basically like ideologies of Halo, and then you look at 5 to Infinite, and it's like if you were a huge fan of Halo 5 gameplay and you wanted to see that expanded upon, Infinite ripped all that away from you. So
Yeah, that's right. Frosty's very salty.
Like I'm gonna say this. Like I like Shy Away. I watch his videos, and like I've watched his Halo 5 videos, and he's talking about all the different movement tech and everything, like all the different abilities, and all he's got in Infinite is just like slide. It's all he can talk about is
Wait.
slide techniques.
yeah.
Smoked, you're saying that the change from CE to 2 was industry changing, but the change from Reach to 4 was series killing. Like, there's not that much of a difference.
Oh my
All right, to answer Truth asked like if you think the spiker will turn and how would it function. I think the spike. We haven't seen much of the brute weapons in this campaign. Is gonna have.
Oh, well, there's the Mauler thing. What's it called? We didn't get to use it. We saw it in the campaign trailer.
Oh, the pistol thing. It was
Yeah,
the
Mangler.
Mangler.
I feel like there
That
might be more brute weapons that we have yet to see. I mean,
There's
this whole
gotta be.
campaign is based
I
on
mean,
the brute bands.
That
The-
gun looked boring, honestly, when he shot it off.
It just looks like a revolver.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, okay.
Yeah, for
Alright.
sure.
I mean,
No.
I'd rather have the Mauler over that or something. I don't know.
Midnight, 100%. Like that's kind of our point. Like they definitely like the huge fans of Halo 5 movements, where they really, whether it's to the detriment or the benefit of Halo, like it has been ripped away. And so that's kind of our point, is like every one of 343's Halo games has been wildly different, and so you lose kind of that thread of consistency when you do that. Whereas like whatever Smoked is saying, CE to 2 felt like a logical evolution, 2 to 3 felt like a logical evolution, Reach felt like Bungie tried to fuck with Halo as much as they could, not a logical evolution, and then Reach to 4, I will honestly say, I think Reach to 4 was the closest. Like, I think,
You think
4
so?
I think 4 is an evolution of Reach, but it built off the wrong things. It built off the parts
I'll
of
give that.
Reach that weren't good. Which
I don't think that was the close. I mean, 4, they were just copying elements of Call of Duty, and that was pretty clear. I mean,
yeah, but
between the
it
custom
really
loadouts, the no
you-
D scope, the
but-
hit markers, the kill streaks.
yes, all of
the
that,
perks.
all of that for sure. But like Reach had loadouts and the armor abilities.
Not
Re-
custom loadouts.
No, not custom loadouts, but like in Invasion, you did have separate loadouts. Halo 4 just took
Yeah.
that to the next level where you had fully custom, right? So
I felt
Yeah.
like the invasion ones were more tailored to that game mode in particular, rather than the entire multiplayer at large, like Halo 4 had.
yeah, for sure.
Fritz asked what game types we're looking forward to playing.
I want.
Ricochet.
I
Or
want
maybe
Extraction
even
to
add to
return.
that question, what game types would you like to see
I
returned?
mean, do we
Extraction from
we
Halo
talk
4.
about
They
the
should
good
bring
old
that. That was a good
leaks?
game type.
Because
What was in
that,
leaks?
Let's go in blind.
that one has there's been some rumors that Extraction's making a return.
It should. It was a
Okay.
good game mode. It should return. That was fun,
So
and it works for
Ricochet-
competitive too.
yeah,
I
I
want
think Extraction's
Ricochet.
good. Ricochet's fun, but
Big Ricochet fan here.
was
did
Ricochet
people like
ever
the minion?
played competitively, or was it always just a social mode?
No, it was just
It's
it was
just
added as
social, but
when
it was
Halo,
fun.
like last DLC.
Oh,
They-
okay.
Way.
That's a real fun social mode. I
It's
think.
really- and honestly, if they tried it out in competitive, I wouldn't mind it because I'd rather play that than fucking. I don't know.
Yeah, they would have to like place the goal better. Like, I mean, I
For
remember like
sure,
on
for
the
sure, you could
pit,
tweak
you
that.
could just throw it into flag.
Yeah,
and-
yeah. Like there's definitely some cheese spots that just get a
Yeah.
Hail Mary. And maybe like actually have maps specifically tailored towards that, like Ricochet. They just put on like whatever worked.
I think I'm excited to. I know some people didn't like Strongholds from Halo 5, but I'm excited to see that make a return. I thought that was a pretty like unique way to do domination in Halo, where it wasn't just straight up domination, but like it had the same like aspects. So I think it was a good like competitive game mode, so that'll be nice to see back. Do you guys have, and I haven't seen anything, so we're probably not seeing it, but do you have any desire to see a breakout or a one life mode make a return?
Mm,
I don't really care. I don't
I'm
think
sure there's
Halo's
going to be
kind
a
of
one life
into
mode
it.
in some.
I mean, it'll
Or
make its way
somewhat.
through custom games 100%. Someone will make
No, I don't
it.
mean custom games. I mean like a
Wasn't
like
that-
a
wasn't
legit
that leaked
standard
too?
one.
I think
I
there
d-
was a leak about that.
I didn't see a one life mode. Was there a one
And-
life mode?
I heard there was a leak about that, and
okay.
but yeah, like I really want to see that. I think if they did it correctly, it could be really good.
So for all the people here that have played Splitgate, the one life mode in that is fucking amazing. So for all the people that say like, I know Splitgate's not Halo, but all the people that say that Halo can't do one life, that's incorrect. Halo has done one life badly. There's no reason that an arena shooter can't do a one life mode. Quake has done it. Like Diabolical did it with whatever the fuck that mode was called, Paint. I don't know if you remember it, but like it can be done in an arena shooter. Breakout just was an attempt that kind of flopped to a certain degree. So I hope they try again. Any other game modes you guys want to see? Lost wants to see Juggernaut make a return. I mean, Juggernaut is just like, doesn't that technically exist in 5? Isn't it just like a version of Slayer? Or am I wrong?
What about Regicide?
That's kind of what. Well, no, never mind.
I hated Regicide. That was a
think-
terrible game mode.
Yeah. So truthful, basically, I mean, it is
I would like to see
self-explanatory.
Dominion.
Yeah, Dominion
sure.
would be a cool return. I didn't like Regicide. I thought it was weird. Headhunter
I
was
hated it
pretty
because
fun.
you were getting kills and every kill was 1 point, but then somebody would kill the king and get like 10 points and win. I hated that shit.
Yeah, it was odd. Are you streaming tonight, BHP?
I am not
All
tonight.
right. The game is not out. So basically, the premise behind what I mean by a one life mode is Breakout was Halo's attempt at it. But if you've ever played Counter-Strike or Valorant or Search and Destroy, it's basically a game mode that's round based, where each person has one life, and it's usually based around some type of objective. That is kind of the goal there. Splitgate doesn't have Regicide. Splitgate has VIP, and it's probably one
Which
of
is
the worst
equally
game
as
modes.
trash.
Yeah, that's one of the worst game modes in Splitgate, in my opinion. So, I fucking punched my desk.
All
Okay.
right, what game modes do you think will be in competitive? I think probably CTF.
CTF, Strongholds. Oh, here's a question.
You're asking for Strongholds, or like?
No,
you
I think
confident that Strongholds.
it's
will be
in
added?
there. No way it's
Oh,
not
it
in
is?
there. I mean, it's gonna be in the game, so it's gonna be in comp.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying. Like you're
Yeah,
saying that
it's
because
no, it's in
it's
the
in the game already, or
Yeah.
because
It's in
Okay.
it's in the game.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so-
basically, yes, truthful. What I'm saying is that like I don't want Halo to straight rip search and destroy, but like Halo could do a game mode where it's round based with one life, and you find an objective or something that works for Halo. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Oh, do you guys want to see Slayer in competitive Halo?
No.
I agree.
No.
I do. I
No.
think that has its own skill set, and
No.
I like it. Yeah, the objective game modes work, but I mean, and are good. But I think Slayer has its spot as well.
No.
So here's my thing. And
Someone get Azrael in here. He'll agree with me.
yeah, here's my issue. What other esport plays team deathmatch? There's a reason.
I don't know.
None.
But Halo
is
does,
the
and it
answer.
works great.
Quake plays like 1v1
Didn't-
duels, but Quake is.
Didn't
also
COD have
relevant.
that? Yeah.
COD hasn't played TDM since like Call of Duty 4.
But emphasis on had, past tense.
Oh,
That one
yeah.
was the best.
I don't care what the other games
Yeah,
do. I know
but
it
COD
works for-
4's
it works for
esports scene
Halo.
was pretty irrelevant. I mean,
Competitive is not 100% CTF in other Halos. They had to, if I understand you correct, they had a mix of like King of the Hill.
yeah. So like,
depending on which Halo was, but like
oh,
King of the Hill.
do you want to see like Oddball
like,
or Assault make a return?
Well, it depends on these maps too, right? Because
Yeah.
like if it's like
And-
bizarre, that is not a bomb map.
True.
And
but-
Rash, you've talked in the past about those like really like hype moments that you get in like the one life game modes, like a Counter Strike
you
or
do
a,
get those at the
or-
end of
or
the Slayer
Valorant.
if the score
and a
is
Slayer.
close.
Those 40, those 49, 49, 48,
But
49. Like that's more hype
So,
than anything.
Here's my opinion on why, and this is from someone who obviously doesn't compete in Halo. As I think objective games have a higher I think good teams can more consistently win in objective game modes. I think there's more like tactics to it, and I also think it's easier to spectate as an esport because there's a clear objective to what's going on. If it's King of the Hill, you fucking watch the hill. If it's capture the flag, is someone pulling the flag? Are they trying to pull a flag? If it's oddball, who has the fucking ball? The problem with Slayer is you have basically 8 objectives on the map, and that's everyone's life. And I think while at times that can be an okay spectating experience, if you happen to spectate the person getting kills, you can also end up in a case where you're just constantly like flipping around and you aren't like, it can be an odd viewing experience where you aren't getting like the full gist of what's going on in the game, because there is a whole ton of intricacies to what goes on in a Slayer game, but I don't think that converts as well to an esport like viewing experience.
Okay, but it's also not all about the viewing experience. I mean,
It's not.
you want a good viewing experience, and
Correct.
I think you get that. You have that with Slayer. Maybe it's harder to track things a little bit in that. Maybe, but I think
Do you guys-
it plays well in Halo.
Did you guys ever play in the TS settings Halo 3 tournaments?
I tried to,
And that
but,
were like,
I
only
didn't get
Slayer. If you played that, you'll understand more why it's so annoying to play Slayer in a competitive setting.
And what was it? What were you saying?
the
so
the
they had,
TS
like,
draft tournaments. You played
frequent
in some of
H3
them.
draft tournaments.
Well,
for
that's
TS
the
settings.
teams. That's the team Slayer settings. I mean,
Well, I'm just trying to use that example of why, like, how team settings at a very competitive nature can get very unfun.
I
Like-
see that on some of those maps in there, like High Ground. I
Or
in those
Guardian.
draft tourneys. I tied on that twice. My friend tied on it like a total of 5
Guardian
times
or
on the
the
draft
Pit.
tourneys. What was I gonna say? I have played teams that dominate in flag and that I've consistently beat in Slayer back in the day.
Yeah, there's
So there is a-
different
there is
skill
a
sets
skill
to it. Yeah, for
And
sure.
I mean, it's been Halo forever. People love it, and I don't think there's any reason to remove it right now.
Guys, I'm going to say for competitive game modes, there's only 5 words you need to worry about. Rocket Race, Shotty Snipes, Griffball.
What if the competitive pool was just the fucking shitty rotational MCC playlist?
That's what they've been preparing
RIP
us for.
esports team.
Fiesta, Shoddy Snipes, Rocket Race, Griffball, and then like I don't know,
People would
escalation
become-
slayer.
People would become so good at Rocket Race.
Top 5 skips in Halo Rocket Race. that you need to
Truthful,
know.
I think in Infinite you're purely going. There's going to be two main types of gameplay. There's going to be 12v12 BTB and there's going to be 4v4. I don't think the maps are going to support the middle ground very well. I don't think you'll see 6v6 Slayer outside of customs. You definitely won't see that. You definitely won't see that as a competitive thing. Competitive is, unless 343 decides to completely throw a wrench into Halo, competitive will be 4v4. So,
Yes.
and it should be that they should not be adding more players. So
I wouldn't be surprised if down the road, because Infinite's meant to last like 10 years, although I heavily doubt that's going to be the case. They might add in some like wacky invasion modes down the road, but at least for the game's first couple of years, yeah, it's going to be 4v4, 12v12.
Yeah, Smoked asked, do you think they'll bring the match composer to Infinite? Should they bring the match composer to Infinite is a better question, because we're not going to be able to guess if they're going to bring it.
I think it would do better in Infinite because it's going to have a much larger player base, or at least it should.
Yeah.
But I'm still like, I don't know. I think I'm a fan of playlists, social playlists, and you just rotate them out and rotate new ones in. I think I'm more of a fan of that.
Wait, I'm dumb. What is this?
Basically, like
composer
if you think back to old Halo 3 or old Reach, you always just had set playlists that you would queue, as opposed to MCC, where you can kind of make like a hodgepodge of whatever you want to play.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
So that's.
And there's times with that match composer where I'll check off a bunch of things, and like one person will have like snipes checked off, and then I just keep getting because that one person has that checked off, and that's annoying. Now Infinite's gonna have a much larger player base.
I think that's an MCC issue, but
yeah, that won't be an issue, or shouldn't be an issue. But I still just a fan of playlists more if I had to pick, and rotate new ones in, new ones out.
the longest lasting Halo life cycle has been Halo 5 to Halo Infinite, but I mean, caveat that Halo has also been effectively dead.
I mean, if you count the MCC, then that technically, but it was kind of dead on arrival, and it's been slowly reincarnated.
Yeah, MCC is in an alright place now, but what was the longest lasting good Halo life cycle? 3 to Reach? 3 was in 2007, Reach was in 2010. Right?
I think. Yeah.
Because Reach to 4 was Reach is 2010, 4 is 2012, and then 4 was
3 might have tied.
Yeah, 2 to 3 might have. 2 was 2004. I don't know. So Halo has never had a super long lifespan. I mean, that's just a different model. Like the Halo has always been like the release sequel model, where Infinite is going there is no end game. There is no like, if Infinite completely pops off, like it could last more than 10 years, like in theory, I would argue. But
from three to Reach, that was a good couple years of Halo, because I think in like it was Halo or 2007, right? You got Halo 3, and then 2007 or 2008 you got ODST.
True.
No, 2008 you got Halo 2 on PC. 2009 you got 2009 you got Halo Wars and ODST, and then 10 you got Reach. So that was a good couple of years right there.
Yeah, so it probably was Halo 2 to Halo 3. It was the longest like single game sustained thing.
Yeah, Sky, it's hard to know these days, because games do last. This isn't like the mid 2000s when like you expected a new game. Peace out, Lethal. Thanks for all the subs, man.
Hey, Lethal.
Like back then you expected a game to have a sequel, whereas now we see games last basically forever until they die. League of Legends has been around since like 2010 or whatever the fuck it came out. CSGO has been around since 2012. Like Fortnite's relatively newer, but like that's not showing any signs it's going to die anytime soon. Apex is relatively newer, but it's not showing any signs it's going to die anytime soon. Warzone might kill itself if it doesn't get an anti-cheat, but like for all we know, Warzone is is in a good position to last for a long time.
Yeah, they've already shown that it's going to cross multiple games, so
Yeah.
it looks like they're going to keep it up.
So the trend nowadays, for better or for worse, is you have one game and it just evolves over time. So if Infinite does well, it could last in theory as long as it does well. There's no reason other than story implications, which there's been some leaks that you might get those anyways. So, but besides story, there's no reason in this day and age to release new games. You just add on to the game that's existing, and we go from there. But
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I don't care if it lasts 10 years as long as it's good. Like, I'm cool with that. I mean, I
Yeah.
remember, like, whenever I bought a new game, I wanted it to last me a couple years. So I don't mind this at all. I mean, I've been playing Halo 3 for God knows how many years, man.
Yeah.
Like, and yeah, so I can definitely deal with another good Halo for the next 10.
My ideal scenario is Halo Infinite is a great game and we play it for 10 to 15 years. I would prefer that. I don't want it to do badly and us to need a new Halo sooner, but I mean there is
worst case scenario, it does badly and then
you probably
Halo
get one
gets put to
sooner.
bed.
Yeah. If Infinite does badly, what do you guys think happens? I know someone at Microsoft came out and said that Infinite won't be the end of Halo for better or for worse. I don't remember how he said it, but
I
So
don't understand.
what happens is they join forces with Splitgate. Splitgate 2 comes out.
Splitty, dude, Splitty's popping the fuck
Changes
off.
the world.
It's Splitgate, the game that was made by like 3 people.
Juice
Maybe
WRLD
less.
comes back.
Yeah.
He has his own concert in Splitgate 2.
He has his own console.
Yes.
I tweeted this the other day. For all the people that said arena shooters are a dead genre, you are incorrect. Bad arena shooters are a dead genre. Splitgate has proven you can put out a good game, and if it's fun, people will fucking play it. That game was made by 4 people. It has over 100,000 players, and the servers don't even work. So there is a desire for a good competitive arena shooter. If Halo can do it, there will be a player base. There is no reason that an arena shooter can't be super popular.
Yeah, when you're overloading your servers, you know you're doing something right.
Yeah.
Yeah, when your only problem is that there's simply too many people trying to play your game, then you're all right.
Yeah, spooky.
Yeah, I never understood that. Like, arena shooters are dead. Well, I understand battle royale's a thing now, but no, arena shooters.
And the reason people say arena shooters are dead is because Halo's been in a downslide, and Quake and the hardcore arena shooters haven't been relevant in 15 years. But that's a different story. I mean, there's a reason those have fallen off.
That's not because they're an arena shooter.
Yeah, that's because Quake and
there's battle royales that are dead. Hyperscape, how's that doing?
Do you remember Realm Royale? I just watched a video today about the death of Realm Royale. Baby, let's go.
Someone tried. I remember I went to someone's stream. I said, "Damn, wait, who's the company that makes Paladins?"
Hi-Res.
Hi-Res?
Yeah.
I went to someone's stream like, damn, Hi-Res really can't have their own creative game, huh? Because they have that Overwatch clone, and they have a fucking Barrel that's a Fortnite clone, and they're like,
actually, this game is nothing like other Battle Royales.
And he took it so personal. I'm like, well, I mean, it's right in front of me. I don't know what to
But
I did not know they were made by the same people. That's hilarious.
Dude, Hi-Res is the company that just makes offshoots of existing games. But their whole shtick was it used to be like the free-to-play cheap version, but now like AAA
like
games are just
Smite
going free. So it's like, I don't know. But
they were just ahead of their time, I guess, man.
should we talk about 2042 versus Infinite?
What the
I think
fuck
it's gonna be different games.
Battlefield.
Yeah, that's what I saw that.
I don't.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Those games are not competing with each other, really. I mean,
they-
maybe to a really casual audience, but
Yeah.
Definitely not like in the same field in terms of.
They compete
what
in
they're trying to
in the sense that they're both shooters in the same way that Halo will compete with Warzone.
When
Like-
does 2042 come out?
This fall, I think, this holiday season.
Oh, okay. Maybe we can answer like how those two games will conflict each other in terms of like attention, because if they're coming out around the same time.
There is a case where if Battlefield 2042 comes out and is really good, and Infinite comes out and is lacking content that is very not good,
and all the
'cause-
top streamers decided to play
Yeah,
and
to play
stream that
Battlefield.
instead versus Infinite. like Summon, Shroud, whatever the hell you want to consider in there.
Yeah. Dude, I've been seeing a ton of big streamers hop on fucking Splitgate lately. I saw Myth and
Voice Critical.
Yeah, they're all playing Splitgate, man.
Well, he's trying to.
Yeah, that's true. I saw who's the Valorant pro for Liquid, like Mundo or Mendo?
Mendo?
Yeah.
He's a creator, I think.
Okay. He was tweeting earlier he wanted to play Splitgate, but he didn't want to have to level up his account to play ranked, and he was like throwing a fit on Twitter. Like he wanted
you play Valorant. Like that's the thing in Valorant for competitive. Well,
he wanted them. He just wanted them to level him up so he could play.
Honestly, I think it's faster to hit level 15 if you actually. I know it's annoying, but when you claim all the weird things after each game, it gives you XP for that.
Yeah,
it gives you a lot more XP than you realize.
Yeah.
What is like the reason that blew up? Is it because it came to console? Is that what happened?
It did come to console. A console was kind of
was that the big thing?
I mean that's when it popped off. I think that was. It just
people just forgot about it.
Yeah,
and
it just coincided with like. So it came out in 2019 and it definitely had issues and it kind of died. Well, it kind of is an understatement. It died. They have worked on it this whole time though. They have added new game modes, they have added new maps, they completely overhauled the visuals, they completely overhauled the UI. And so when it came to console, you also had the benefit of everyone that had heard about it in the past was like, "Oh, I remember that game. It looks good. It looks better than it did." So you had like all these new console players that were willing to check it out because it's a new competitive arena shooter on console. And then on top of that, you had all the PC players that are like, "Oh, I remember I heard about that game or I played it and it was okay." And so you had all them check it out. And then at some point you kind of like hit the hype threshold where like once you start kind of like feeding that, it just kind of explodes. I'll be interested to see in a couple months where it sits. I know they probably want it to continually to exponentially blow up. I don't think that's the case. It probably like levels out here, but I think it's going to level out hella healthy compared to the 400 players they used to have.
Yeah, I don't think it's going back that low. No.
They just need to release a cryptocurrency. That'd be good.
Split coin.
They have split coin.
They do. But it's crazy because like I don't know. It went from a game where like nobody cared about it. Like you could open up the Splitgate section on Twitch and it would have 10 viewers, and now it's like 10, 15, 20k, 50k depending on if a big streamer's playing it. Like that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea. Like I don't know, like a game dies because people just forgot about it, and now they're like, "Oh yeah, I remember that." Now they're all playing it again. I mean,
it had a lot. It had a lot of issues.
But is that why they're playing it? Is that why Myth is playing it? Because they fixed those issues?
I don't think Myth probably even heard about it the first time around. If we're being honest.
Well, I think the big streamers were playing the first time around.
That's true. You are right. They all did.
They were on that.
That you are right. So I don't fucking know.
They're just bandwagoning the hype, man. They say, "Oh, this game is a."
I mean, I feel like that is what it is. So far as the streamers go, I feel like that's a lot of what this is.
Yeah, it's kind of like
they do that with every game. So.
Yeah, once a game starts to kind of hit that like threshold where it's growing and it's popular, that's when like all the big streamers start jumping on because they want to ride the wave, right?
No,
but no, Splitgate is a fantastic game, and I'm glad to see them seeing success. And I would like to be able to play the game, but I have to stare at the queue menu whenever I try to open it. So fix that, please.
Oh, it's like the Infinite Flight.
And also, they don't love me anymore. They used to do interviews with me, and now they ignore my DMs. So
very sad.
It's very sad.
Game exposes people, man.
Yeah,
you're beneath them now.
I am. I'm irrelevant now.
Well, to be fair, we had Blaze on not too long ago.
That's true. Blaze is a really cool guy.
He is.
Actually, Blaze still responds to all my DMs. I should be fair because I asked him like I was theory crafting a video that I might still do. So here's a hint for everyone. But like if you've played Splitgate, you'll know a lot of the maps are very Halo inspired. But I had him like send me a list of like all of them, and I thought about doing a video like Splitgate maps you might be familiar with because like there's other games that they've taken inspiration from too outside of outside of Halo. So
The Splitgate team, they probably told Blaze, "Okay, can you reply to Arrrash guy? He's go take care of him."
Blaze is now the
Keep him
community
quiet.
manager for Splitgate.
Splitgate map tier list. I don't know.
The
Well,
one that
one-
looks like that Halo 2 map, according to, I can't remember who. Was it Sempra or was it Siri?
Oh, you're talking about Oasis?
No.
That was BK,
Yeah.
and he's just
That
wrong.
was
That was
BK?
not a Halo 2 map.
It's circular.
It looks like that map with the bridge.
I don't even remember what map he was trying to tell us it was, but it was not. But okay, does anyone
It
else
was
in
mid-ship.
chat have
Oh, that was-
questions
yeah.
about Infinite or anything you guys want to talk about? 'Cause
Do you have any
it's getting kind of late.
questions about Painkiss's morning routine
This
or
is true.
his face routine?
You got any
skincare.
cryptocurrency questions?
That's true. If you guys need any
Cryptocurrency,
crypto advice,
financial
Payne will hit
advice?
you.
Save
Yeah.
the kids.
Let me get the
Save the
disclaimer though
kids.
on my screen, like all the TikToks and the YouTube videos have. That's like, this is not financial advice.
Oh, fucking hell, I hate those.
Favorite color? Blue.
Yeah, mine.
I prefer red.
Yeah, mine's red for sure. What's a Gartic phone stream? What is
That's
that?
kind of like garlic.
Yeah, kind of.
Garlic phone stream.
Thank you, Delusion.
How far you score?
Well, that's a
Dude,
question.
meters at a time.
I think we have to
What-
keep that one. Okay, that's a good question, Jakers. Do you think armor being in the store is problematic? From the
Nah.
flight, if you guys opened it, it seems we have the Fortnite store where like
Oh, I did see that. And then
It's
I
the same one
closed
as
it.
Splitgate
Never
has.
opened it again.
it is the same one that Splitgate has.
I don't care. It's fine.
Hey
Whatever.
man, I just
think-
hope
I
I
think
can buy
it's-
Chips Ahoy and other snacks to get armor coatings in the chat. I'm looking forward to that. I want to be
Yes.
validated for buying too much junk food.
Armor,
I got a Nerf
skins,
gun.
charms, whatever else in the store is to be expected. I mean, it's a free to play
Yeah.
multiplayer.
How
So,
they're
I
gonna make
mean,
their money.
it is what it is.
Will we
Yeah.
get all the classic comes for free? I don't think so. That is a very
I
wishful
guarantee
thinking.
not.
No, you're not getting the classic helmets for free.
They'll
You'll
release
probably
like the
get
Mark V.
you'll
for-
be able to unlock some stuff through a free battle pass, but if you're looking to customize your character to any meaningful amount, you probably will have to spend money.
Favorite
It-
gun in Splitgate? SMG.
The bat.
The bat is
bat.
pretty fun.
It's also a gun.
The SMG fucking shreds though. The SMG's so strong. It's so
SMG
good.
has stupid range, and it's you can have half shields and you could outkill someone with that fucking thing.
Yeah, the SMGs.
My least
We need to
favorite's the
continue our
carbine.
fucking. I want to get master if I can get into the fucking game.
Well, that's part of the grind is getting it is waiting.
Is
Alright.
the Arrrash Valorant days officially dead? I played Counter Strike last night, so I don't
You
know.
did?
So yes,
Yeah, I tried to invite you, Payne, but you didn't respond.
Yeah, I was asleep.
Which cuts me eye would you want to see come into Halo like a Snoop Dogg? Oh my! Like, do you mean like a voice pack thing that you could get?
Yeah, he's
Like
talking
how
about
they
like
did in
the
Fly.
AIs that talk to you. I think
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of shit we can see there. I think
I
if
could-
you specifically talk like in the Halo universe, I think we need to see like AI like Sergeant Johnson AI, a Master Chief AI, Arbiter AI, like some of the
Repeat.
prominent characters. I want Arbiter to be in my ear telling me like good kill.
That's Arbiter.
yeah.
I don't know. I want them to get kind of weird with it. Like, I want to hear when I get a triple kill. I want to
It's
hear
just-
Rice Gum, like fucking
Saying Healy.
bang off. I
You
just
can't
wanna
even
hear-
understand what it's saying. It's just saying Healy.
The repeat, they need to have a setting where we can turn off the AI for 100%.
You know how Arbiter screams at the beginning and the end of Halo 3? I just want him
Yeah.
to do that every time I pick up a weapon.
Is the VK easy to use? I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it
I
is.
mean,
The commando.
It's,
the-
it's
Oh.
not that difficult, no.
No, I felt like it
my
was.
fellow American.
It was pretty
Good kill.
straightforward. You just
Ladies and gentlemen.
not too
Yeah, I
bad.
can see for like lore characters, but for having real world people, that would be
Bill Clinton.
interesting. Imagine having Ninja near. That would be fucking annoying.
he
one
goes
shot,
in
it's
your
one
ear. Hey guys. What fuck?
Dude,
What was
it's less
it?
than 2 minutes.
Hold
Come
on.
on.
Hold on. What was his tweet? Fuck the wife tweet. Oh, I can't remember it. If he was just in
was
your
in
ear,
the
like
game.
my wife brought me a sandwich today.
That kill was so sick, I ditched my braless wife for her.
There we go.
Fuck it, just let us record our own voice lines.
You have to decide if you're gonna get PC or an Xbox.
I want Patrick Stewart to narrate my multiplayer matches.
Eddie, that completely depends on your budget and what you're looking for. So
I want the kid that says burger to do mine.
PC is always gonna at the top end gonna give you more performance and more kind of customizability to your experience, but consoles are always gonna probably be a better money for your dollar.
More money left over in your wallet.
And they're easier to like just function. You just buy a console, you just install a game on it, and you play.
You save for the PC.
PCs are good.
Do any of you care about the Commando being a bullpup? I'm not a gun person, so I don't care in the slightest. Smoked.
Bullpups look cool.
There you go. I mean, I think the Commando's design in general is kind of bland, but
it is. I don't like the visual.
I'm kind of over it at this point.
I don't know if we answered this, but someone want our thoughts on the Heatwave and Bulldog, but we already talked about that. Unless you want to quickly summarize it.
I think our thoughts were the Bulldog was all right, and I think we were kind of hit or miss on the Heatwave. That's kind of what we said, wasn't it?
I don't like consoles because they're easy. Well, easy as in like, he wants that PC Master Race feeling. I get it.
Yeah, that's fair. You want that feeling of superiority when you turn on your video game.
Exactly.
I love it when my RAM.
Dude,
restricted. Yeah, that's true. You can do way more with a PC.
Yeah, no doubt. Heatwave seems to be a PvE crowd control gun.
Yeah. Imagine in like Firefight, it would be really good.
Yeah, maybe it would be. Maybe that's what the horizontal.
Or in the campaign, you're just mowing down grunts with it.
Maybe.
I don't know. That wasn't in the leaks I saw.
Just the massive amount of grunt kills.
What do you think the Twitch view number is going to be like on the release date of Infinite?
Couple hundred thousand?
I'm going to guess 200K.
Yeah. The player base number on launch day, assuming the game works, it's going to be in the millions.
200K.
You think you think it'll be
on launch day?
More or less.
On launch day, yeah, 200K easily.
That's it?
No, Twitch numbers, BHB.
Oh, Twitch. I was
not players.
Not players. Players will be in the millions.
Dude, if they only had 200K players on launch day, I'd feel sad.
just like chalk it.
Something
went wrong.
Must be going on outside, or like the world's ending, or evacuating their homes.
Wait, what do you think are the chances of the game launching without fault?
Like it's just perfect?
As in the servers work?
Like zero flaws.
Without any significant issues. Without any significant issues.
On one hand, I want to say we are doing an entire technical test to get their servers working. So
I mean, everything went to shit just trying to send out invites. I remember that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Someone asked, can you use Twitch stream on console, or do you need a PC?
You can stream on a console, but you're going to have way less customizability. Basically, you'll be able to stream just straight gameplay. Sometimes you can like overlay like the preset webcam. Like if you're using an Xbox, I think you can plug like a Kinect into it or whatever. And you could like with the PlayStation, you could use like the default PlayStation Move camera or whatever they use for VR or whatever. But you won't be able to do overlays or any type of notifications or multiple scenes. You're not gonna be able to split your audio. If you're looking to stream like at any serious level beyond just like, hey, I'm gonna stream once a month to my friend, you probably want a PC. Whether that's a PC that's strong enough to play games and stream off of, or if you want to stream off your console with a capture card and plug it into like a laptop or something, or a PC that you have. The PC is going to give you a lot more customizability in terms of streaming. 343 did a Halo 5 copy and paste Infinite. I disagree in pretty much every way. I don't think
exactly the same.
I don't think
Infinite Spartan Lock.
Yeah, no, this is not Halo 5. I saw some people saying that. It's just not.
That makes no sense. I agree. That it's very weird.
Do you think
Halo Infinite is hard to master now? Well, we've barely played the game, so it's hard to say, but maybe down the line there's some new text that come out that put some true
I think
into the game.
objectively, I think movement in Halo Infinite's going to have less of a skill cap than movement did in Halo 5. However, with the addition of equipment and the new sandbox, there's going to be plenty to master. There's always going to be ways to increase your skill in a Halo game. So, I mean, whether it's the world's hardest Halo game ever to play or not, I don't even know if that matters. One of the most popular Halo games ever was Halo 3, which is arguably probably one of the easiest ones. So, your mom called me some stuff. That's so sad.
Some of these people are asking questions that we kind of already talked about.
Yeah, I mean that's just people that trickled in. We've been going for a while.
So to those people, this is going to be a video, right, Arrrash?
Yeah. I'll put it on the old channel. Okay, that's a good one, Smoked. What feeling do the bots give you for the AI in campaign? If the AI in campaign act anything like these bots, just fuck me.
Yeah, they're gonna give each enemy mob its own AI thing. It's gonna be completely separate. Because that's how they've done it forever, and the AI in the campaign, other than being kind of funny at times, has worked. It's been fine. So,
yeah,
they're not gonna change that.
No, it'll be its own thing. It'll be completely different. Maybe I saw someone, I don't know if it was Twitter or something, like speculate maybe we face human opponents at some point in the campaign.
Nah, there's no way.
The insurrectionists?
Maybe.
In the lore?
Maybe. You never know.
Nah.
Yeah,
there
was get to kill some villagers.
With them wanting to give like Halo like T ratings and everything, they wouldn't.
No, I agree.
They want to do that.
I saw some Halo Circle Jerk posts about Infinite somehow trying to appeal for like an E rating. So that's good in that respect. And people are like, this is so dumb. Halo's always been a M-rated game.
My God. Don't even get me started, dude. The
Like,
people who act like blood and gore in Halo is the end of the world confuse me, man.
No. They want the game to be M-rated like the old Halo. Like they think
that's what I mean.
There's trying to get E-rating to baby it. Or something.
Yeah. There's like a whole bunch of people that like I saw even talking about how Infinite doesn't have enough blood in it. Like, guys, it's a free to play multiplayer shooter. What were you expecting?
Does it have blood though?
Does Infinite? I think it has a tiny.
Oh, it does. I actually I just saw a
there's
a
little bit.
But... that guy. No, my whole thing with that is like, it's not a big deal at all. But like, I do prefer it. Like if I had to choose.
Yeah, exactly. Repeat.
And I don't like that they would take things away just to get it to that T rating. Like,
no blood, bad game. True. I mean, I get your point, but it's also like.
Yeah, it's not that big.
Yeah. Especially in multiplayer, like, does that even matter? I think that matters more, like, for immersiveness in the campaign. And I have a feeling like the multiplayer and the campaign, I almost feel like are just going to be two completely different, like, executables. So I feel like you could even see a world where they have different ratings because one of them's free and one of them you buy anyways. Like, they're not packaged together at all, you know?
Yeah. What are you playing first?
Multiplayer. You want that day one multiplayer experience.
Yeah, you want it to
everyone's hopping on it.
The day one ranked experience is going to be the most fun shit, man.
Well, you're assuming a rank's going to be available day one.
Okay, well it better be.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if it's not.
It ranked any Halo game that's had rank at day one.
Yeah, but we're in the modern era now.
I know.
Not a lot of FPS shooters have ranked.
Games hate fucking ranked systems these days. Majora, we kind of talked. I don't know if I hate only being able to hold 2 nades, because I think more nades would just be even more nade spammy, but the fact that you can't see what you're holding in your second nade slot is kind of dumb. Lost, yes, Halo 5 launched with only ranked in Warzone. What a great decision. I saw someone on Twitter tell me they should do the same thing for Infinite, and I had an aneurysm.
Yeah, I swear, people on Twitter will say absolutely anything.
It's a good thing 343 doesn't always listen to the community.
Yeah.
I think 343 doesn't listen.
John, it depends on how many frames you want, my dude. If you want to play on 120 FPS, you probably need an Xbox Series X. If you are okay with playing at 60 FPS, then you probably could keep your Xbox One X or whatever you have. Yeah, MCC was a fucking joke. But Twitter's just a bad everything, man. Twitter is Twitter highlights the deficiencies in the world on a day-to-day basis.
Have you ever heard the theory that if you lock a bunch of monkeys in a room with typewriters for long enough, they'll eventually write the entire works of Shakespeare? That's what Twitter is.
What is the battle pass? All right, man.
It's like a traditional battle pass.
Yeah,
except
he
they're
says
doing something that no other.
he doesn't pay attention to AAA games. So okay, so the
There's
whole
only one-
concept of a battle pass is every like X amount of months or every season you release a series of cosmetics that you can unlock through playing the game or whatever that usually cost money. They usually expire. The big thing with Infinite is that they don't expire and you can go back and buy old ones whenever you want. If you played on an OG Xbox One and you thought it had 60 FPS, I am proud of you, Majora. I heard people saying the OG Xbox One had like 15 FPS. The repeat MCC you
Yeah, it does.
can do the old seasons whenever you want, but you don't have to pay for them. In Infinite, you're gonna have to pay for them.
And they're gonna be more legitimate type battle passes, not like the
Yeah,
weird MCC one.
yeah. MCCs are kind of a hodgepodge of random trash that they give us
Yeah.
to make us feel like we're unlocking stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, lost set on OG. You got 30 FPS.
Turns? And like a reach fashion, or like when your shield pops, maybe, I don't know.
There was leaks. There's gonna be armor effects and death effects and all that good stuff.
I mean, I guess they need a bunch of
That'd be
different
cool.
things that they could have variety and customizations, right?
Yeah, I better not just be getting fucking nameplates.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the whole nameplate thing. It's like I can only have one of them, you know?
Yeah, I don't need to unlock 600 different nameplates. Yeah, I mean, I think some people are a little bit more sensitive to frames, so not everyone's gonna notice lower frame rates, especially if it's lower but consistent. A lot of people can live with that, but
Like if you're playing on your whatever Xbox One you have on a family TV and you don't care about what frames you have,
yeah,
maybe you're just that guy.
you're not gonna notice as much. What do you guys think about the idea of armor cores?
You mean armor coats?
I think no, the armor core system. So did you hear that, BHB, where like they are locking specific armors into armor cores? It's not like fully open. I think that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
Like
you
in
explain and you explain that to me because I didn't really watch that in their stream.
Yeah.
In the so is there multiple variations within a single armor core?
Yeah, like you can pick different options, but they didn't really go into it too
They were
deep.
showing like the shinobi armor. Is that what
Yeah.
it is? They were showing like they showed multiple different variations of that armor. It's like each one of them like the different sets you can pick within the armor
should
core.
probably
Yeah,
do
yeah,
armor
yeah.
cores.
The armor cores are like basically like the shinobi armor is an armor core, and there'll be specific armors that you can unlock and customize in that set, but you can't. Well, I'm theory crafting, but you can't put like a Mark V helmet on the shinobi shoulders.
So
So
what they
you
said
can only
the cores
customize
were
within
gonna,
that set.
Yeah.
what they said the cores were going to be usually is like the weirder armor sets, the ones that don't necessarily fit into the lore. I think is what they
That is what they
the
said.
wording
yeah.
they used.
The lore is what they're
But, like the traditional helmets and stuff, like
I think those would be more
Mark
open.
VI, ODST. Well then I don't have a big problem with that. I mean,
But like they do
It's
like
not the end of the
crossover
world.
with Doom or whatever, that'll be an armor core
Yeah.
because that does not fit in with
you
Halo.
you won't be able to stick like your Doom helmet on
yeah,
Mark V shoulders.
that's not that big. Of a deal.
We'll see how it plays out. If it is just a thing where it locks the super weird shit in its own world and the rest of it's pretty open, I don't think that's a bad deal. That honestly makes sense because like it would be fucking weird to see a dude running around with normal Halo armor and then just like Doom guy helmet or like an Iron Man helmet or some shit.
Yeah.
But or even like you could I definitely see a world where I think we might see Gears of War armor in Halo. I think there's maybe even like imported, like maybe there's an armor core that's literally like fucking Marcus or some shit, right? Or there's an armor core that's just straight up the Doom guy with all those games, or like maybe the power armor from Fallout, because we've already seen Microsoft lately doing more and more cross collaboration between their franchises, and so I think we're gonna see a lot of that. So if that kind of stuff is locked into an armor core, I don't think that's the end of the world. So
All right, good. I want an armor piece that's a Banjo and Kazooie.
I want to have Kazooie on my
no.
back.
I want to be Viva Pinata. I just want to be the fucking pinata running around.
From the 360.
You're playing like a comp HCS match. You're like, one shot unicorn.
No, then the Halo boomers will complain that like this is too distracting and not lore friendly and all this bullshit. They need a toggle for the Viva Pinata Halo core.
Oh my god, like a Travis Scott fucking guy. I
Travis
don't
Scott
know.
inspired armor core.
We'll see how crazy it gets. Fortnite probably is a little too hot on the fucking collaborations, but because Fortnite will put fucking anything in the game.
Yeah,
but
I think they recently added Ariana Grande.
Perfect.
I want to play as Ariana Grande.
And the only reason why I know
accurate,
these
and
things
infinite.
and like know what's still going on is because my sister plays it every day.
That's good.
She's like, look, they added Ariana Grande.
Finally.
Ari.
They need that green armor guy from Fortnite and Halo.
Hell yeah, let's get the green armor
Yeah.
guy.
Get
Good
him in
Black
there.
Master Chief?
The
What do you
HP, would you like to tell the chat about that
Uh,
experience in your
What do you mean
life?
he's black?
What was an experience? Shit. I really thought it just wasn't clicking.
It's Sergeant Johnson under the armor. You could play him without the helmet, so
I'm like, surprised they did that. I didn't, never would have saw that coming.
Oh Jesus. John, they have confirmed there will not be playable elites at launch, and they left it open ended. I don't know. It depends how long the game lasts. I think there's a world where maybe they make an entire season based around that in the future. That could be really fun. There's also a world where you never see that. Someone asked about playable elite, playable brutes in multiplayer. I think if you see that kind of stuff, it's definitely not going to be in competitive. It'll be like in its own thing. Maybe like in
It might be
BTB
in,
or
like,
something.
Invasion.
Yeah,
like
or an
its own
invasion.
weird invasion type beat where they have brutes versus Spartans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't think you'll see that in like standard 4v4 arena, just because there's been so much like over the years. I feel like there's been so much bitching about the hit. Like if you're playing competitive, like the weird hitbox inaccuracies are really annoying.
Yes, they did say they're gonna have like DLC campaigns. What if they had a campaign thingy that put you in the perspective of the brute side?
I think it'd be cool. I think there's
very
so
special
many
campaigns
there's
with
so
that.
many cool DLC campaigns that could happen. Infinite will have Forge. They haven't confirmed it's at launch, but probably will be.
Will Infinite have a great theater mode? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't know. Let's hope so.
Yeah, they're adding the event timeline. So
Ooh.
not only, I mean, like they're adding new features to it.
Oh, is
so-
that so you could see like on a timeline when like multi kills and shit happen?
They didn't elaborate, but they
Oh,
said it during
okay.
the stream.
Oh,
Said it's
Yes,
basically
deal.
what it sounds like. So.
yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Make it easier to scrub through theater files.
hmm
Okay, so who's going to be playable first in Infinite? An Elite or Ariana Grande?
Hopefully it's Ariana Grande. We can only hope.
Yeah. Yeah. Who the hell
Ariana
knows?
Grande as
We
an
did-
elite. How about that?
If we did a
Ooh.
survey with the entire world, most of them would say they know who Ariana Grande is over Arbiter. Like, Arbiter's been lacking, really. Hasn't been-
Dude, he hasn't been in his prime since Halo 3.
Yeah, he hasn't tweeted since 2009. So I mean, like, kind of weird.
You want to play as Ellie from The Last of Us in Halo? That's yeah. I think that'd be perfect. Think of all the console fanboys that would mauled over that.
We need a We need a Smash Bros. S game, but it's an FPS where you can just place any of your favorite characters that aren't necessarily like shooting type characters.
And none of it makes any
It
sense.
could be like what's that one? It's like one of those games where you choose a dialogue. Life is Strange. You can place. They give her
The main
I wanna be
character is
the-
just fucking
I
like
wanna be
running
the guy
around with
from
the
the
fucking
DS
milk.
game Brain Training.
What?
There's so many weird characters you could get in that.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't even know what that is.
You don't know the Brain Training game?
No.
Oh wait.
I haven't been training my brain enough, I guess.
What the
Fuck.
hell was that?
I want Kirby with an SMG. It's like imagine Halo, where like everyone has equal, weapons. Like everyone's the same, but everyone's a different character.
Perfect. Kirby can just suck you up and like take all your equipment.
And The Rock is brought in. Like they start bringing actors. It doesn't have to make sense in like, the gaming world.
Dude, no. At that point, I think you know who we need. I think we need the family.
Oh.
The F Fast and Furious 10 is coming out, so they bring the entire Fast and Furious cast.
We have the CGI
Wait, isn't-
Paul Walker glitching around the map.
Yeah.
Oh
His
yeah.
face is glitched.
Oh god.
Do you think they will include Valhalla, or is the level design so different? I think from the gameplay that I played in Halo Infinite, I think it's perfectly in the realm of possibility that we will see remakes
Oh, okay,
of
now I know what
maps.
you're talking about.
I think they would play fine. Thanks for
Just
subbing,
floating
John.
around.
What specs do you recommend for running the
Thank
game
God.
on high to ultra setting at around 90 FPS? I would recommend if you're basing it off of the previous build, plan on buying a 3080 Ti or a 3090, or you won't be doing that. Hopefully future builds are more optimized. I can't really answer your question because I don't know how they're gonna. I would just be shooting a dart into the fucking sky to try and answer that one for you. At
Now
the moment.
you know they're gonna pull off what racing does. How there's different like 150cc, 100cc, except it's for frames. So 30 FPS, 60 FPS, 120 FPS.
They put out the recommended settings, cow MP, and the recommended settings was a 2070. So
Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
there you go.
I just remembered that
hell yeah,
Minecraft,
truthful.
Minecraft is also owned by Microsoft.
Yeah, it
so
is. We
I
can
want to
see
get
Steve.
I want to see like a Banshee skin where you're just the
Well,
Ender
Steve's
Dragon.
already been done, so yeah, we need to do something different. A Banshee.
I wanna
Maybe
see
start with
Hero
the
just
mine-
beating the
Just
shit out of the
fucking, just
Spartan.
imagine you're sitting like in the middle of the map and a fucking like Minecraft creeper pushes you.
Dude, the Minecraft pickaxe instead of the sword.
Yes.
He's
I
just
want
lunging
them-
at you. No, the pickaxe is just a skin for the gravity hammer, so he's winding up the hit.
I want the Minecraft cart to be a character that's introduced.
I want to get the shovel instead of the hammer, and when you hit people, it makes the noise.
Oh Jesus! All right, boys, it's 1:15 a.m.
Yeah.
I think it's bedtime. All right, we'll go find someone to raid.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid
Shadow
Shadow
Legends.
Legends.
This stream
Dude,
is brought to you by.
Arbiter could
Raid
wear
Shadow.
the Ender Dragon head. That's a good idea. I like that
Ooh,
idea.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for following. I did a terrible job of reading follows and stuff during the stream, but if you followed, thank you. Eventually this VOD, and by eventually I mean probably later this week or early next week, this will be on YouTube. If you missed anything, when I put it on YouTube, I'll try and put timestamps so you can actually get to the different portions pretty easily. But other than that, I appreciate all the support. Thanks for all the subs, all the follows. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, and I'll see you guys all for whatever
Wait,
I stream
Are
next.
you raiding?
Yeah, we'll go stream Kevin unless you have a.
Yeah, I was gonna guide the raid to him if you weren't
Alright.
going to. So.
Salad, I'll answer your question real quick. What are your it's hard for me to answer that because the frame rate was so bad. To ask me that question again after the next build, where hopefully it's more optimized, and I can give you a better answer. So, I'm hoping to play Infinite on mouse and keyboard. That's what I played the flight on. It felt okay, but I felt like it could have been better. But all right, peace out, everyone.